Yeah, so these are collection of data that we have gathered. The stripping analytic amplified variation effect curve are these. And this is the stripping analytic acclimation time variation effect. We use also stripping catalytic electrolyte pH ionic strength variations effects and chronoamperometries. And these are the data. The result is that well, purpose of the graph, the R-square value was over 0.5, meaning that it had a very good correlations within the data.
To explain the results that we examined from this data is that diagnostic sensing biomaterial skin cell was synthesized, and by the synthetic tattoo solution was coated on the skin muscle. So in vivo and in vitro analytical toxic metal copper ions were assayed in micro concentration ranges of 150 milligrams per liter starting from 20 milligrams by liter by on 36 times cyclic redox reaction and the stripping anodic and stripping cathodic current obtained during the electric current of 10 to the negative third power ampere to the 10 to the negative 9 ampere, which amplified diagnostics that can be applied to the muscle wearable assays and cyber remote control. And also, we concluded unmanned automated factory control or drone EEG control, and etc.
Also related
Hello.
Yeah.
For
Yes.
the question that
Yes.
was from Larry,
Is your
we
presentation
think
over?
that the experiment can be expanded to the use of examining in vivo signals, also brain waves that you have questioned about. But also we think we can apply it to skin tattooing and furthermore about detecting biological signals.
Mhm. Any questions to Dr. Ian Park? Actually,
To follow up with my previous question, does that skin that you're making, does it deteriorate over time? And if so, how long does it last? And is UV light or other factors related to the length of time that biometric skin lasts?
To answer that question, are you asking about the skin tattoo?
Yeah, the stuff that you're synthesizing, the skin cell that you're adding onto skin, that's
Oh, this is actually a research about diagnosing the toxicity of the blood and organs of a mouse, and we use the skin tattoo sensor to detect the toxicity levels. So the skin tattoo is an artificial skin made with electrode sensors. So there's no worry about it decaying or having effect from UV lights. Did I
so that
answer your question?
that artificial skin that you made that tattoo out of, that can last indefinitely?
Oh, of course it couldn't last definitely because it's a chemical compound, but it didn't have any effects that would, if it didn't affect the results. Yeah.
So what I'm asking is, how long does that temporary skin in that tattoo, how long does that skin last?
Can I answer to the question? We have determined that it will last longer than a decade or 2 decades. So there is no worry of our skin tattoo limiting to the time limit. Would this answer your question?
Wow, decade. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
so any questions? Any questions to Dr. Ian Park? Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for your speaking up in this meeting and providing a unique perspective. So it's if you are going with the PowerPoint presentation, you would have better. Anyway, looking forward to meeting you again next time. Now we ask you Dr. Anushka Agrawal, Senior Research School from National Sugar Institute of Kanpur of India, to join the event and start presentation.
Hello, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, madam.
Yeah, the person has to stop sharing their screen, otherwise I won't be able to share my screen.
Yes, no problem. We'll be sharing behalf of you.
No, you ask the person to stop sharing their screen.
Yo, just one minute.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Just you can enlarge your PPT. It is big.
Yeah, I hope that the screen
Yeah.
is visible and I'm
Yes.
audible.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Today, I'll be speaking on behalf of National Sugar Institute and giving you a brief insight about what sugar industry is all about. As we are well aware that sugar is a small ingredient that is basically used for making agent in our household. But, knowing into the depth of the industry and being a part of it, it is more to that. Sugar is more to that. So let me give you a brief insight about it. As we are well aware that we are the leading producers and the consumers of sugar. India, I'm talking in particular, from past 2 3 years, and the total sugarcane that has been produced globally, of out of that 75% is used for food manufacturers and the remaining goes in the use of biofuel production. This sugarcane industry, because Indian economy is basically an agricultural based economy, it supports livelihood of more than 100 million people, so it definitely helps in the upliftment of the rural background and the rural economy. We're well aware that the ups and downs in the prices of the sugar has led the sugar industry into doldrums. We are not certain with the prices of the sugar in the national and international market. So the economic viability of the industry is, hampered and in question to a greater extent. So we do look for alternatives for dependence of revenue, not only on sugar, but for other resources as well. There are several steps that government has taken for uplifting the industry and helping them to be more stable, like increasing our exports and giving incentives towards diversification. But the exports and diversifications, they are very complex in nature, and sugar exports, as we see, are not that lucrative in recent times as well, because of the pandemic, as we are well aware of. And seeing to the fact that majorly Indian sugar industry, they depend upon their revenue for sugar rather. So what the industry needs to focus, and they're trying to rather divert their mind, is sacrificing sugar for production of various value added products. And right now ethanol is one of the programs that is in on high at present. But still ethanol has its own limitations, because building of capacities and the finances have to be looked into. Also, the international prices of the sugar are low compared to the domestic prices, and the WTO restrictions in times to come, they'll be quite difficult and tough. Right now, also we are looking for the policies from the government, so that a portion of our production should be reserved for the export. But up to this date, we have no such informations from the government. So yeah, there are tougher times for Indian sugar industry, but all is not lost. There is always a ray of hope. So we are definitely planning and focusing our ways towards various value addition and having a roadmap that will lead us to sustainability and economic stability. So one way could be product innovation. Apart from making sugar and ethanol and cogeneration, using our products for cogeneration, there are n number of products that the sugar industry can offer. It's one of an industry in which every product can be utilized for making several products that can be useful and beneficial for not only for the food industry sectors, but also for pharmaceutical industries, cosmetic industries, or the fuel sector as well. So product innovation is a way in which the industry will definitely have a stable towards the market. International trade is also to be looked into, because right now, as per these studies, we've known that the exports will be tougher, but there is some silver lining for Indian sugar industries as well. But yes, we have to look into how Brazil and Thailand they move. Then, of course, byproduct value addition is essential. Last but not the least, the cyclicity management. As we know that the ups and I don't know how much all of you are aware, but sometimes there is surplus of sugar, sometimes there is deficit of sugar. So the cyclic up and down of the process of the production of sugar, it leads to changes in the prices of the sugar in the national and international market that affects the revenue, the entire revenue of the industry. And there are several payments that are to be made, and the economic viability is into question, and that is to be overcome. So one of the ways in which industry is looking to redefine and redefine its approaches are to have safe foods. In present time of present pandemic time, this situation has taught us that we need to change the way we look at how we do our businesses. So even Indian sugar industry, I'm not saying that we don't follow all these regulations and practices, but there's always a difference between facts and fiction. So yes, the fact is that we follow, but to what extent, and how seriously do we take? All the words and everything that we say is easy to say, but how to implement and how efficient the program is, that matters. So yes, right now the prime focus for Indian sugar industries are to provide safe food for their consumers, right from farm to fork at every step, to have good traceability of the products, having proper certifications at various processing steps of the value chain, so that the customer is contented with the quality of the product they receive at the end. So overall, we talk about, yes, safety and quality at every step is mandatory, not only for sugar industry, but in general as a whole. If you talk about food sector, apart from food sector as well, we can say that this protocol goes in for all the industries that work towards customer satisfaction. Then improving traceability is also one of the important factors where every industry will excel. Now also, while we produce a product, we do need to have some considerations regarding the environment. Sugar industry is considered to be one of the industries in the orange category, and they have been blamed that they are not kind towards the environment. Well, in times to come, the industry is focused to provide concerns towards the environment. One of the steps would be every process and everything, every process that is involved in producing any product, they require certain amount inputs from the environment, maybe water or maybe all kind of sources. So one of an important input that can be in the processing of sugar is water. And the industry is working towards the implementation of using zero fresh water consumption, and to the extent that they would provide at least 10% of the water to the society, maybe in the form of agriculture or maybe in the form of potable water. Well, the technology is still in progress, in working progress. So let's see what it turns out to be. Last but not the least, the industry is focusing on being from a bulk consumer of single product, multifaceted products. There can be n number of products from the industry, not just the white sugar, but products like various kinds of sugar. For instance, liquid, fortified sugars, low GI. The later part of the presentation covers all such aspects. So looking beyond for sustainability, the value-added approaches, here's a glimpse of the industry that we work for, like sugarcane juice preservation. There can be specialty sugars. Well, we know that only one kind of sugar is available, but there are more than 38 kind of flavored and special sugars that can be obtained from your regular process with some modifications in between. Then there can be various value-added products from the byproduct also. For example, there can be bio-CNG, bioplastics, dietary fibers, surfactants, edible molasses, etc. Then the ganderis, or you can call them as sugarcane sticks, are also one of the most value-added products. They give you good revenue when they are in the retail markets. Also, one of the sectors that we are working for is the value-added jaggery. Jaggery is known as one of the natural sweeteners. And since we are comprehensive and apprehensive about the fact that we'll consume less sugar because there are many negative medias about that, so jaggery is also one of the sectors that can bloom in times to come. And not only in one form, but it can be made available in various forms and can be made in various flavors and can be fortified with natural immunity boosters. So the assorted product line, there is indeed need for qualitative improvement in product mix for every industry. So I'll be talking about our sugar industry. The general perception is producing good quality of sugar, which uses environmentally friendly process. Then the qualitative and quantitative improvement in the quality of the sugar for direct as well as indirect consumption. Also, keeping in mind with the global competition, when all the four categories are met, you get a product that makes a customer happy, a market happy, and indefinitely your economy happy, and the business goes way long. So there comes product and process innovation. One fine man once said that every once in a while a new technology and old problem, and I'm so sorry. And a big idea turns into an innovation. So the promising opportunities for our Indian sugar industry could be sustainable sugars. There's one example given on the screen is sustainable raw sugar processing. But there can be many more such aspects. The raw sugar processing, while we're talking about, because raw sugar is one of the natural products that can be obtained directly from sugarcane. It has natural ingredients of the cane, and it's not more lustrous, so people are not generally in favor of consuming sugar, because the general perception of people are that sugar is usually white, but that, like, perceptions, they need to be changed, but they take time. So the market outlook of the Indian sugar industry is to act according to the changing trends, providing healthier product mix to the customers at every market shelf. Well, the exports in India we have met our exports of 5.7 to 5.8 million metric ton as against the target of 6 million metric ton. And our destinations are Indonesia, Iran, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, etc. And Indonesian markets is one of the safest options for us, because we've seen that Thailand has recorded a reduced sugar production, but in times to come, we need to see how Brazil moves, because Brazil is next to India in being the largest producer of sugar. So while we talk about raw sugar being a sustainable tool, it has huge potentials to export in the Indonesian market. The EU exports have been reduced by 4.5 million metric ton, and they are expected to increase also. So it provides a good opportunity for India. Now, with the increasing emergence of refineries and imports, the imports of raw sugar can be, to a greater extent, it will help the exports of raw sugar to various other countries, and but the cost has to be taken and kept in mind, comparing to the cost of what we have in the domestic market. So the quality of sugar that we need to keep in mind is, for raw sugar, aggressive marketing is required, because people need to be made aware of the benefits of this quality of sugar has. Yes, definitely upgradation of technology in the way we process the product is necessary, because with time things change. So the perception, the technology, and the process and the way we work needs to change. Hygienic processing and packaging is also of great concern, and the present pandemic has taught us that this area where we used to lack, or we never paid much attention to it, now is the time to act on it. So the quality and consumption pattern of sugar, for sugar industry, yes, a bit of innovation, a bit of certifications, proper certification and implementation would help customer satisfaction, giving them a sense of security that the product is safe for them. While exports for raw sugar are like lucrative, and they're attractive, a part of the raw sugar can also be used in making refined sugar, and from this refined sugar you can make various value-added products like flavored sugars. You can have fortified sugars that will definitely attract the high markets with higher revenues for the industry. And these kinds of refined sugars are also the first choice for the beverage industries. So, they will also, the quality improvement, enhancement, and upgradation will definitely help the sector to explore the FMCG market and the huge players like Coca-Cola and Pepsi. So when we talk about this natural cane sugar for human consumption, generally raw sugar is in India, raw sugar is not used for human consumption, but it is reprocessed into making refined sugar and your plantation white sugar. But yes, as we say that aggressive marketing is required for making people aware what benefits do this raw sugar has. So we do not say it consider it as a raw sugar, but rather we consider it as a natural cane sugar for human consumption, because natural and herbal kind of products are very much into the limelight of people. And these days, people are always running after products that are more healthier and natural, labeled natural. So the industry can work towards it. then sugar may not, this raw sugar or natural cane sugar, as I said, may not be lustrous white as generally people perceive sugar to be, but it may have more nutrients and more minerals that are naturally present in cane sugar, which might be lost during the processing of your white sugar. So definitely a sense of information need to be sent to the consumers, or campaign should be run in order to give people an insight about what benefits these kind of sugars have. In comparison to the overall processing of this high refined sugars, natural sugar has some natural benefits, and these kind of products, they have attributes, they provide attributes of good texture, cost effective processing, eco-friendly. They have some nutritional benefits. They have good a bit of caramel taste. They are overall they give a good product profile as compared to your basic white sugar or plantation white sugar that we say. Also, it is worth mentioning that the United States, there is no significant source of natural and organic cane sugar for their domestic consumptions. So a major portion of it is imported. So definitely, we can, India can, by improving its product quality and working towards upgradation of technology, can definitely be a great market for the United States in times to come. Now, there are several advantages with these kinds of sugar. As we're well aware, they're natural. They involve minimum processed chemicals. And just a minute. So they don't use sulfur, which is a threat to the environment also. So in all, they are minimally processed sugar with high value nutrients in them, which are much healthier for its consumers and definitely beneficial for the industry. Now, apart from the granular sugar, we have liquid sugar. Please forgive me for my sore throat. Now we come to special sugars. Special sugars, they can be various categories like your liquid sugar, flavored sugar, low GI sugar, or maybe fortified sugar. They have n number of applications, and like low GI sugars, they are attractive because people nowadays they do focus on products that are nutritious. I'm just gonna skip this. So yes, keeping consumers in mind, because they are the main targets. Natural, organic, and bio products are gaining momentum, and these may be the new phase for our sugar industry. So value-added sustainable sugars may be natural cane sugar, organic sugar, mineral sugar, or fortified sugars. Right now, we are working on fortified sugars in India at our institute only, where we've utilized co-crystallization technology in fortifying raw sugar or natural cane sugar and white sugar with vitamin A. This technology has helped us retain the vitamin A content in the sugar for up to 6 months. Validation of the products are in progress, and by this season we'll be validating our results soon. So yes, our institute is also working towards these kind of special sugars, promoting these kinds of high value added products and giving people an insight that not only white sugar, but there are n number of possibilities from the industry. Now, one of the biggest sector that we talk about is value added jaggery. As we're well aware, that out of the entire production, 10% of the sugarcane, it is being utilized in making jaggery. And India is the largest producer of jaggery. It has more than 70% of the total jaggery production is from India itself. We've exported quite a number of jaggery for confectionery products, which have worth of more than $230 million in 2018 and 19. Jaggery has, a great market potential. For instance, in Brazil, it is used in making rum and other liquid products. It is also utilized in food industries as ingredients for sweetening ingredients in beverage and confectionery, and even sauces industries. Why jaggery is important? Because it forms the basic structure of the rural economy. So while we promote and we encourage the sector to grow, the rural development also comes into picture, which ultimately helps the entire sector to uplift and also the country to grow. So right now, the sector employs are about 2.5 million people. And generally we consider that this jaggery is produced in rather unhygienic conditions with a lot of manual input. So with technology upgradation and putting proper certifications and proper technology in place, this sector can change the picture of the Indian sugar industry as well, and also help the rural sector to be more prosperous in times to come. These are various kinds of various forms and various kinds of jaggery that can be produced with various value additions in them. Right now, we are also working on this product where we've fortified jaggery using upgraded technology and with minimal process chemicals and minimum use of hands, or you can say human touch. So to conclude, yes, the myths that are associated with sugar, with its consumption and its negative impact on human health, products such as fortified jaggeries, fortified sugars, low GI sugars, or various kinds of natural cane sugars, they will help not only the industry to remove the negative media that the product has, but would also help the customers to have a natural based product with more nutritional qualities. Yes, process modification is definitely required and is the need of hour, so as to provide products that meet the customer requirement and also the market. Safe food from farm to fork is essential. Then proper certification is also to be met, keeping customer satisfaction and contentment in mind. Packaging of sugar is also one of the aspects in which the Indian sugar industry is to work upon, because at present times, 50 kgs of gunny bags are being packed, and loose packaging of sugar is not that popular among customers as well as amongst the industry. Last but not the least, high focus on producing such kind of special sugars, and jaggery in particular will go a long way in helping this industry to prosper and to shine. I'm really sorry for my sore throat, and I hope that this is good. I'm really sorry.
Yes. Any questions to Dr. Anushka Agarwal? Any questions?
It was a very general presentation. I don't think there'll be any questions. Maybe next time when we join, we'll be sharing our research of fortified sugar or fortified jaggery with you.
Yes, definitely. Right?
Yeah.
Any questions to Dr. Anushka Agarwal? Thank you very much, madam. We have enjoyed your speech. Please
Thank
reach
you.
your topic. Looking forward to meet you again next time. So
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes. Now we ask Dr. Jocelyn Manuel from Liftin from India to join the event and start presentation.
Hello.
Yes, madam.
Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay, let me just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, madam. It's okay.
Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Jesslyn Manuel from National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management from Haryana, India. I hope everyone is having a great day and everyone is safe. I will be presenting before you the insights of genetically modified foods and consumer perception about GMF. So the topics that would be covered in this session would be what is GMO, GM foods, objective benefits, potential risk, generation of GMO, GM crops grown and sold in US, GM cotton grown in India, GM canola grown in Australia, and consumer perception of GM food. So what is GMO and GM food? Genetic modification is the biological technique of altering the genetic machinery of the organisms. So genetic modified organisms are results or products of these biotechnological modification. GM foods are foods that are produced from these genetically modified plants or animals. So why is there a need for such technology? Before getting into the merits and demerits of GM foods, it is important to see why is there such a great effort to develop this technology. First of all, expansion of population. The current global human population is around 7.8 billion, and by 2030, it is estimated to be 8.5 billion, and by 2050, 10 billion. Hence, this increase in population has also increased the demand of crops. So, to increase the crop per acre, optimization of crop genetics coupled with quantitative improvements in management of the agriculture system can be a way to achieve this. So the second reason to this is, sorry for the glitch, I had some technical issue. So the second reason is decrease in arable land. FAO predicted that the finite amount of arable land available for food production will decrease from present 0.24 hectares to 0.18 hectares by 2050. So this problem confounds those of population growth and malnutrition. Hence, the only alternative could be increasing the yield per acre, but many factors limit this: water source, climate change, accelerated urbanization, etc. Hence, there is a need for GMF. The third point is bottleneck of conventional and modern breeding. Conventional breeding, as we all might know, relies on sexual crossing of one parental line with another in hopes of expressing desired property. So we cannot be sure that the desired properties will be expressed in the progeny. Therefore, modern breeding plays an important role in this. It enables us to select the desired properties for the progeny. Example, disease resistance, high weather tolerance, pest resistance, weed resistance, etc. So the benefits of GM foods, there are agronomic, economic benefits, nutrition enhancement, improvement in food processing. So in agronomic benefits, as I've discussed before, it increases the yield or crops per acre. Since the availability of fertile land is decreasing over the years, it is important to come up with a solution that can increase crop growth in limited fertile lands. Economic benefits include global increase in farm income from GM foods, decreased cost of production, example from reduced pesticide and herbicide usage, as they produce varieties that are genetically advanced and resistant to pests and weeds. So nutrition enhancement, as we can say, it does for food fortification in this GM foods. For example, golden rice, it eradicates malnutrition in an effective and economic way. Golden rice is basically enriched in beta carotene, which is a precursor of vitamin A. So in improvement in food processing, the most important is prevention of spoilage. So increase shelf life is one of our main priorities. So this can be explained very well with an example of Flavor Saver tomatoes produced by California company in 1992. The genetic alteration consists of introduction of an antisense gene which suppresses the enzyme polygalacturonase, which slows down ripening and thus allows larger shelf life of fruits. Then next we have the potential risk of GM foods. As you can see, we have health risks. There are three major health risks: toxicity, allergenicity, genetic hazards. The three major health risks, especially allergenicity, has been complained by most of the consumers. And there's an absolute great example of this is Starlink maize. Starlink maize provides an example of a food hazard caused directly by the expression of the inserted gene. The modified plant was engineered with genetic information from Bacillus thuringiensis in order to endow the plant with resistance to certain insects. The inserted gene encodes a protein called CRY9C with pesticidal properties, but it was found to have a strong allergenicity. Second one is selection of resistance. GM foods are basically made for two desirable properties, that is pest resistance and herbicide resistance. But when you're developing genetically advanced crops like these, there can be an reverse reaction to this. The weeds and insects can also develop resistance to this, and then to cope up with the situation would be difficult. As Darwin said, survival of the fittest. So these weeds and insects can also develop or modify themselves to adapt to the new changes or the new parameters kept by humans to adapt to the new surroundings and environment. The third reason is disruption of food web. Since, as I said, we are making crops that are resistant to pests. So the major pest population in the food web would decrease, and that would increase the population of minor pests. So this disproportion would cause a major disruption in the food web. And then we have resistance to antibiotics. Then generation of GMO. So what are the techniques in which you can produce these genetically modified organisms? There are three: direct transfer of DNA, direct editing of genomic DNA, and indirectly using bacterial vehicle. Direct transfer of DNA is the most widely used technique for delivering exogenous DNA, and the basic principle of this is microparticle bombardment. DNA is coated with gold or tungsten microparticles, and they are delivered at high velocity into the targeted tissues. The second technique, that is the direct editing of genomic DNA. So in 2012, the CRISPR case 9 system was developed. It constitutes a revolutionary genome editing tool and provides another method to alter genes in various types of cells. So this technique dramatically increases the efficiency of genetic engineering, making the work with plants much easier. So what is Cas9 exactly? Cas9 is a DNA endonuclease originally found in bacteria, where it protects the host bacteria from invading DNA molecules, example, viruses. So the third technique is indirectly using bacterial vehicle. The use of agrobacterium tumefacient opened a new era for inserting exogenous genes into the plant cells. So the bacteria possesses a tumor-inducing plasmid called TI plasmid, which enables them to accomplish gene insertion. So let's come to the examples of GM foods and crops. So the three most widely grown GM crops in US are soybean, cotton, and corn. Only a few types of GMO crops are grown in the United States, but some of these GMOs make up a large percentage of the crop grown. Examples: soybeans, corn, sugar beets, canola, and cotton. Most GMO plants are used to make ingredients that are then used in other food products. For example, cornstarch made with GMO corn or sugar made from GMO sugar beets. As you can see, whole produce, animal food, packaged foods, and we have several GM crops that come under this category. GM potatoes have been developed to resist insect pests and disease, and to resist bruising and browning. Same goes with GM apples, as many people relate browning to spoilage. So because people think that cut vegetables and fruits, if they're kept for a day or two in room temperature, they have slight browning that results to spoilage, and they discard that food. So this leads to major food wastage. So to delay this, GM crops like potatoes and apples have been has been modified to delay this browning. Sorry. Then we have GM cotton. GM cotton and animal food was created to be resistant to bollworm. GM cotton seed meals and hulls are used as feed for the animals. Now, if we talk about GM cotton in India specifically, in India, cotton has served as an important fiber and textile raw material and plays a vital role in its industrial and agricultural economy. Nearly 8 million farmers, most of them include small and medium farmers, that they have less than 15 acres of land and an average of 3 to 4 acres of cotton holdings. So they depend on this cotton crop for their livelihood. So in 2002, Monsanto introduced Bolgadal, India's first GM cotton hybrid containing Criven AC producing Bacillus thuringiensis. In short, BT, we call it BT genes for controlling the pink bollworm. Initially, only 36% of the farmers adopted the new crop. However, this percentage increased in 2004 to 46% after BT cotton was approved nationwide. This was followed by approval and launch of Bolga 2. It's a mix of a two toxin Criven AC and Cry2AB producing beta pyramid, conferring resistance to bollworm by Monsanto, which subsequently enhanced BT cotton adoption among Indian cotton growers. Despite all these controversies, many people were against this because they were against this. They were like thinking about the natural breeding, and since this was artificial, they were against it. But however, BT cotton's implementation has largely benefited Indian farmers and agricultural economy. As you can see in the graph, over the years, the BT cotton adoption in India has increased greatly. That is represented by this light green color, and the dark green color, which is the non-beta cotton. Over the years, they have switched from non-BT cotton to BT cotton, that is genetically modified cotton. So that shows that they have opened their mind towards GM cotton. Talking about GM canola in Australia. So canola in Australia is grown as a break crop, providing farmers a profitable alternative along with rotational benefits from continuous cereal crop phases and their related weed or pest mechanism. Canola has been a high-risk crop and particularly susceptible to blackleg disease and weeds such as Sharlock, wild radish, and Buchan, which increases anti-nutritional compound content and composition in canola oil, degrading quality. In 2008, two herbicide-resistant GM canola varieties, Roundup Ready and In Vigor, were introduced in Australia. Roundup Ready contained gene variants with altered EPSP synthase, that is 5-enol pyruvate shaky mate 3-phosphate alterations along with glyphosate oxidoreductase gene, making it glyphosate resistant. So this canola, it was not adopted the first time it was introduced. Over the years, it got the OGTR approval. Approval, and because it showed in its environmental impact study that it has less than half of the triazine tolerant canolas, that is 43% varieties, and hence it is somewhat it is environment friendly too, and remains, and hence GM canola remains the only OGTR approved GM canola till date. As you can see in the graph, over the years, the adoption of GM canola in Australia has increased, but it has not increased as much as non-GM canola. People are still not so open for producing or developing GM canola. As you can see in this light pink and the dark pink bars. So the consumer perception of GM foods. Now, as I talked about the two case studies of India and Australia, there has been a great difference in their adoption. So there was a study conducted by Hartman Group. It's a questionnaire-based survey in 2018. So as you can see in this table, people are not open to GM foods. From 2007, they have conducted their first study in 2007, and in 2018 also they had conducted the survey, and the avoidance percentage has increased over the years from 15% to 46%. So let's know what are the reasons of this. So 4 factors have been evaluated from this study. Attitude towards GM food. Attitude usually signifies the positive or negative views of an individual about an object or a product. Positive or negative views of an individual about a product can spread rapidly among peer groups and in turn among their network. Concern for health reflected the general care and concern for health among the surveyed respondents, thereby indicating the fact that the consumers are health conscious and have serious concerns about the consumption of GM foods. As I told earlier about the health risk and allergenicity was complained by most of the consumers. That they were scared they were also scared about the toxicity it can have. Then knowledge of GM food. Most of the consumers are not aware of what GM foods are or what is GMO. They have no idea about it. So product knowledge plays a predominant role in acceptance and evaluation of GM food. Information about GM food. Information has a key role to play. We have to create awareness. The companies that are producing GM foods, they have to mention in their ingredients. They have to maintain complete transparency as to what they're using as their ingredients. So they play information plays a key role in increasing the knowledge of the customers relating to GM foods. As you can see in this table, these are the top 4 reasons for avoiding GM foods, and the top most reason, that is 70% of the respondents have showed health concerns, health and well-being concerns. Second is the want for food ingredient transparency. As I said, people want to know what is in their food, what are the ingredients that made this processed food. They want to know complete production and the ingredients. Hence, most companies don't abide to this, and so they feel consumers feel that, like this, there's no transparency, and hence they are reluctant in buying these GM foods. Then environmental impact concerns. One of the major environmental impact concerns are the GM crop has the potential to create new weeds through outcrossing with wild relatives, or simply by persisting in the wild themselves. Wild weeds I'm talking about. So the last reason is unsupportive of companies using GMOs. This point is basically about the ethical. People are concerned about ethical eating. They find this artificial breeding against their ethics, and so they are unsupportive of companies that produce such foods and who develop and propagate these crops. So last but not the least, I would say that GM crops can mitigate several current challenges in commercial agriculture. Current market trends project them as one of the fastest growing and innovative global industries, which not only benefit growers but also consumers and major country economies. However, it is imperative that the agricultural and science community invest in better science communication and regulation to tackle unethical research and misinformation. Imperfections and major GM technology can also be combated by stricter regulation, monitoring, and implementation by government. Yes, we do need government help, agricultural bodies, a globally improved risk mitigation strategy, and communication with growers, therefore ensuring greater acceptance with key innovation in precision gene integration technologies, and emerging research in biofortification and stress tolerance. Therefore, GM crops are forecast to bring productivity and profitability in commercial agriculture for smoother progress in future. So the question of whether or not humans should eat genetically modified foods or develop and propagate them cannot be answered with a simple yes or no. It depends on several factors. It depends upon their demographic factors. It depends whether the region where they're living is developing or developed regions. Because the main objective of GM food is to eradicate malnutrition. As I said, the availability of fertile lands is decreasing over the years. So with available fertile lands, we have to increase the yield or crops per acre. That's about it from my side.
Any questions to Dr. Jocelyn Manuel? Any questions? Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Inovine Corporates for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much for speaking up in this meeting and providing a unique perspective. Thank you for sharing your tips with us.
Thank you so much.
Yes, looking forward to meet you again next time.
Surely, thank you.
So now we ask Dr. Iman Wazin from National Institute of Oceanography and Fisheries from Egypt to join the event on start presentation. Yeah, yes, madam. Dr. Iman Wazin from Egypt. I think so. So meanwhile, we ask Dr. Bitancourt M. Dante from Food Safety System.
Should I
Yes,
I say the presentation now?
Yes, madam. You can go with the
I thought my time is still not now.
Yes, you can present.
Okay.
Just you can share your screen on
Okay.
the PPT on the screen.
I am. Can you see it now?
Yes, yes. Just you enlarge it the PPT so that everybody can visible properly.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yes, yes,
Can you see it now?
yes.
Okay. Today I'm gonna talk about first. My name is Emmanuel Wazan from the National Institute of Oceanography and Fisheries. My specialty is bivalve aquaculture. The topic for today is potential of hatchery-based bivalve aquaculture in Egypt as an emerging industry. We made the market study. As introduction, I wanted to describe Egypt. It's an intercontinental country. Has part the mainland in Africa and part of it in which is Sinai in Asia. Aquaculture in Egypt have been known since ancient times, and it was practiced along the Mediterranean coast for over 2,000 years. Egypt is the top country in Africa regarding aquaculture production, and the production of Egypt is 99% of North Africa. The types of fish that are cultured in Egypt sorry, are mainly freshwater fish, especially tilapia, but no reported mollusk as we see in the figure, no reported mollusk in aquaculture in Egypt. These are the cultured species in Egypt, mostly freshwater, and the marine and brackish are less, and also shrimp, but no mollusk. The bivalve aquaculture importance and the history. Of course, it have been cultured in the world many years ago, and the production of mollusk is 90% of from aquaculture is 90% of mollusk production, and it started in Europe and Asia 700 years ago, and recently introduced to Australia and America. However, with the importance of bivalve for jewelry and food and pharmaceuticals, we wanted to introduce this specialty to Egypt. Of course, the major world producers are China and Asia is the world most producing continent. But Africa has the least production from mollusk. For Egypt, we have almost more than 800 mollusk species, especially in the Mediterranean, that was extensively studied, and the Red Sea and the Gulf of Suez. The bivalve species culture worldwide are Chrysosteria gigas and all this on the first line. When we studied the potential for bivalve aquaculture in Egypt, we found that the edible bivalves in Egyptian waters, and at the same time they are known to the customers, are the group the carpet-shell clam, which resembles the European clam, and the date mussel and the Venus clam, in addition to the pearl oyster and the wedge clam and the carpet clam. And of course, the giant clam, Tridacna, is for aquarium trade and for pharmaceuticals. So what is the potential for hatchery-based bivalve aquaculture in Egypt? Why can we culture bivalve in Egypt? Because there is rising demand for the economically important bivalve like clams and oysters and mussels. And the bivalve production in Egypt is only from the commercial fisheries, no contribution from aquaculture. And also we have a problem that fishermen claim that bivalve fisheries are declining year after year, maybe due to the mass mortality or overfishing. So there is need to develop bivalve aquaculture for fisheries restoration and also for selective breeding programs for hardier strains. Additionally, some Egyptian fisheries are assumed to be contaminated with pollutants, especially heavy metals and sewage-driven pathogens. So there is safety concern regarding local consumption from these specific fisheries. Of course, not all fisheries are polluted. I had several studies with FAO and the US Egypt projects. We found some fisheries are contaminated and some are clean. So if we develop the bivalve aquaculture in Egypt in clean areas, this might improve the quality and we can export after that. Also, Egypt have extended water resources like the Mediterranean and the Red Sea coast about 2,000 kilometers, in addition to inland fisheries like the northern lakes in the Mediterranean, along the Mediterranean coast. We have 5 lakes and they are mainly used for aquaculture. So we can use some of those. 88% of resources are marine resources, and they have great potential for exploitation as fisheries and the aquaculture of mollusks. Also, the fisheries of mollusk, of bivalves, especially clams, are distributed along the Egyptian waters. We have in many cities on the Mediterranean and also in the Red Sea, but we are delaying the thinking about the Red Sea because of the protected areas and maybe the regulations won't allow aquaculture in the Red Sea because it's mostly for tourism and diving. The opportunities in Egypt are bright because of several reasons. The first one is the presence of large and already confirmed addressable market. So the technology transfer will drive development to this emerging industry. Bivalve is mostly extensive studied group of mollusks in Egypt. Most of the studies coming from the universities and our institute regarding bivalve. Bivalve also has established and developed standard mariculture protocols, and a large number of bivalve fisheries are found in Egypt of bivalve fishers, and people who work in the bivalve sector, even collection, auctions, wholesalers, seed sale. So we can provide the development of bivalve aquaculture in Egypt can provide jobs for these people when the fishing waters are closed during the summer. Also, there is large number of marine farms in the Mediterranean in the north of Egypt that will be potential customers for hatchery produced seeds if we start the business. There is also increasing number of bivalve farms in Egypt. Like in 2010, we had only one bivalve farm, but they are based on the collection of seeds from the wild and culture grow them to market size. In 2019, we had 7 during this study, the customer discovery study. We had 7 farms. Today, as I am talking to you, we have 50 bivalve farms. Some fish farms transform to bivalve farms. Aquaculture will cover the shortage in local market and may allow export. So developing bivalve aquaculture in Egypt will improve the livelihood of some unemployed youth, and also with the ability of Egyptian scientists trained on bivalve aquaculture I think this will be possible. I had my PhD from Florida Institute of Technology in 2008. And I was allowed to transfer the technology to Egypt. And I had many projects regarding the introduction of bivalve aquaculture in Egypt. This my experience in Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute. And I'm transferring this technology to Egypt. And also this is the grow out in Florida, USA on the left. And we started to do some research on grow out, these photos in the right for my students. And also we try to culture clam seeds. And these are the spawning trials with my students. And these students have been trained in USA and Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute at Florida Atlantic University on algae culture and bivalve aquaculture. So the market study for hatchery produced bivalve seeds to market size based on Egypt conditions. It was made through two projects, Innovate Egypt and AIMS. These two projects were consecutive during 2019 and 2020. These are the project team, and this was the presentation of the last session of the customer discovery study. What we did is that we explored the possibility of marketing the seeds or the idea of establishing a hatchery in Egypt with many stakeholders in the cities that are famous with fish culture in Egypt, in the north of Egypt, because these are the cities where the marine aquaculture is established. The main customer segment was the bivalve farm owners and the fish farm owners. We explored the problems that they are facing, that bivalve aquaculture from hatchery can fix for them. Bivalve farms had the problem of uncontinuous seed supply due to mass mortality, overfishing, or pollution. Also, the problem of transfer of disease from the wild to the farms with the seeds that are coming from the wild. For the marine fish farm, the marine fish sector, aquaculture sector in Egypt is facing very challenges, especially with the increase of the dollar price. So they had a large increase in the rent for the land and also large increase in the food price, in addition to the high fish mortality events due to storms and sometimes the ammonia pollution, and also expensive water quality fixed treatments. Of course, bivalves are environmentally sound kind of aquaculture, and they might fix this problem. Also, we were surprised when we contacted restaurant and fish stores, and we didn't know that the production from Egypt, from fisheries, is not enough for the local market. We found that they buy imported and expensive price to cover the market needs in restaurant and stores. As you can see all this fish mortality. I took the photo. Of course, the bivalve mortality was on one of the beach, Port Said beach, but the fish mortality photos, all of them were from the same farm. We had loss of 100 million Egyptian pound in 2019 in Diba Triangle farms only, according to one of the farmers, the owner of this farm. So when we go to advertise some new market, we try to find the problems that this market can fix. So the shortage of seed supply from natural fisheries and uncontinuous supply because the natural fisheries are undependable. Yeah, we can fix that by if we have hatcheries, by year-round supply of quality seeds from hatcheries. For the expensive fish feed, no artificial feed needed for bivalves. For the bad water quality, bivalve improve water quality by filtering out food remains and agents that cause water quality problems. Expensive water treatment to decrease ammonia. We tried to culture in one or two farms. We tried to, they had ammonia problem. And when we tried to transplant bivalve in them, the ammonia level decreased from 6 to 2 in only 2 days. The high price of imported bivalve, of course, if we culture it locally, the cost will decrease. While we were doing value justification for farming of bivalves versus fish aquaculture, we asked two farm owners, one bivalve farm owner and one fish farm owner, to give us the cost and the profit from culturing 3.5 dan. We found that the net profit, of course, this include the sale, the purchase of seeds and the ammonia treatment and the labor and everything. Of course, this grow out farms. We found that the net profit for fish farm is 70,000 Egyptian pound, while it was 2 million Egyptian pound for bivalve aquaculture, which gives the investors the hope that this will be more profitable kind of aquaculture. And also, if we add the bivalves to fish farm in the integrated multi-trophic system, it will add added value above the profit from the fish. The customers we met during the customer discovery were 100 customers, 54 farm owners, 51 of them were ready to transform to bivalve aquaculture or transform part of their farms to bivalve aquaculture. And also the hatchery operators and the managers, they didn't welcome the idea as the farm owners, but still some of them are ready to learn the new technology. And also the fishermen, we thought that the bivalve aquaculture from hatcheries will help them by jobs, but they found us as competitor and they didn't like the idea because they are the ones who sell the seeds to the farms. So the updated business thesis was that the farm owners are the main customers and will offer bivalve seeds, because we offered that we establish hatchery for some investors, but they didn't like to take the risk. So they said that just to produce the seeds and we'll buy from you, and you can teach us how to grow them in our farms. And this will be it, but they didn't want to take the risk of building a hatchery because it's a new business in Egypt. Okay, so what we learned at the end of the customer discovery study is that our main customer will be the farm owners. I don't want to bother you with the details of this business model canvas, but the main thing is that people are ready to buy the seeds from us. When we studied the market study, we found that we have in Egypt 1,344 farms, registered farms, at the area of 74,000 faddan. If you provide seeds for this, of course, our technology is to bring the broodstock and provide the bivalve seeds. So these are our main customers, the fish farm owners and the bivalve farm owners. This is the first bivalve farm in Egypt. So we found that the total addressable market regarding these 74,000 faddans will be 5.6 billion Egyptian pound purchase, sale. And if we say that we supply seeds to only 5% of the existing fish and bivalve farms, the sale value will be 277 million Egyptian pounds per year. The second market we didn't study it, but it's available market if we want to do the whole cycle from the hatchery and also the grow out. Our market size is not known, but we will sell the depuration for the depuration plants and for the vendors to sell to the household and for export. This market is not studied yet. It will be the next part of our project for the market size clams, not the seeds. But the summary of the executive summary, it's not clear here, but I'll open it from its. So we can say that the technology will be expected to provide 5.6 billion Egyptian pound. What I want to mention is the annual revenue projection for attainable at phase one of the industry. Of course, we can't provide we can't provide 5% of the farms with bivalve seeds because this will need many hatcheries. But for now, if we build maximum seed and hatch only one hatchery with maximum seed anticipated production of 500 million seeds per year, with minimum price for the seeds of 20 million Egyptian pound per year. The seed sales is for 20 to 30 Egyptian pounds per kilogram. This will mean will provide 25,000 Egyptian pound per ton. The conclusion from this study is that bivalve are the most promising class of mollusks that has potential for aquaculture in Egypt. There is future of hatchery produced bivalve seeds production in Egypt, and they are already accepted consumers in Egyptian market and have confirmed potential customer locally. Local demand exceeds supply, and this is promising because any investor can have profit from that. Also, there is considerable export market, but we need to have biosecurity practices, which we don't have now, as you could see in the picture. Bivalve are sold in like regular containers, and they don't go to depuration before sale. But if we establish the industry, for sure we'll establish depuration plants. Also, bivalve industry is environmentally sound kind of aquaculture. So for now, we have the hatchery technology under Egypt conditions. We have the studies, all the studies needed to establish the hatchery. And also we have in the National Institute of Oceanography and Fisheries, we have prototype for hatchery. I don't want to go to the details of the conclusions and the recommendations, but as a whole, the transfer of the know-how by providing the training to different stakeholders and sending staff and the technicians to other countries where the industry is established will help a lot. And also publishing manuals in Arabic will help for the people are not in the field. Stakeholders from the Egyptian government should be part of this industry because establishing bivalve hatchery for the first time in Egypt will be expensive, and it will need many permissions from the government because of the use of coastal areas. We have many regulations that prevent the use of coastal areas in Egypt, and using the seawater and pumping, using the coastal land. And also we don't have security enough to guard the coastal areas for non-military work. So the recommendation is that we should advertise the benefit of using hatchery-based high-quality pathogen-free seeds, and the biosecurity measure must be applied for bivalve to be palatable and to be able to export bivalve to other countries. This project was funded by the Egyptian Science and Technology Development Fund under the partnership with the Egyptian Ministry of Higher Education, USAID, US Department of State, VentureWell, and the US National Academy of Science during the US-Egypt joint project. Establish Egypt first bivalve bivalve hatchery under the Innovate Egypt and the Innovate Egypt Aims programs from June 2019 to June 2021. We're still working on the next part of the project. And thank you. And if you have any question, I will welcome it.
Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Emmanuel Wazan? So we have got a from chat box from Dr. Larry Schiffer. Morgan State University in Maryland is doing extensive research in bivalves. Can we get her contact information?
Yeah, she already shared it with me on the chat.
Yes, thank you. Definitely,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you very much, madam. We have enjoyed your speech. Pleased with your topic. Looking forward to meet you again next time. Now we ask Dr. Betancourt M. Dante, food safety system professional from Mexico, to join the event and start presentation.
Hi, I'm audible now?
Yes, sir. Just you can enlarge your PPT, sir, so that it will be visible.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. So
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, sir. We have a lot of time. You can take your own time.
Yes. Okay, let me just adjust my camera. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Dante Betancourt. I'm from Mexico, and I'm gonna talk you about the actual role of the food safety system management systems in safe food production. But before all, first of all, I want to talk you a little bit about me, why I'm talking about this topic. My name is Antonio Betancourt. I'm from Mexico. I have a master's degree in food microbiology. I have a multifunctional career, about 11 years in food industry here in Mexico, Latin America, and the United States. And I was working as an auditor, third party and second party, here in Mexico, Latin America, and the United States, and I have a few certifications. So I want to talk to you about this topic. When we talk about quality and safety systems, maybe we can say if you have a safety management systems in your facility, maybe you have all done. Well, That's in the reality, that's not correct. That's not real. The quality and safety systems just give the tools. Okay. And why? Okay. First of all, this data is from the FDA of Food and Drug Administration of the United States. So along 10 years ago to this year, there were a lot of failures in the industry. Yes. In 2017, August, raspberry mouse cakes were contaminated with norovirus. Yeah. Norovirus is not a very little virus. It's just 24 hours diarrhea and fever, but it's very contagious it's very contagious, so it can spread a lot in very very products. So this is one of the five top in the microorganisms that cause outbreaks in the United States. In 2018, in April, eggs contaminated with salmonella. Okay, all of this that I am presenting to you are information from the FDA, the site of recalls and withdrawal data. In 2017 and 5 April, Tim Nutter wheat, gluten pet food voluntarily recalled because what contaminated with melamine. I don't know if anyone here know what is melamine. It's something like it's a material that with that material you can make the recovery of some furniture. It's high in organic nitrogen, so it could help. In the past, it was helping to showing a high level of protein because of the nitrogen, but it's highly toxic. Yes. In the 1980s, it was a very famous case. All the people in food production, food for human production, knows this case. In China was one enterprise of China was producing formula dairy formula for babies and was contaminated with melamine just for that reason to get the protein high levels, and was very toxic. It had a very bad consequences. So that's why is the importance of melamine in this issue. In 2008, in September, there were very outbreaks of E. coli 0157H7 hemorrhagic and enterohemorrhagic in various states, which was the product of fresh spinach. Yes, and this one is important. In January 2009, peanut butter in the paste was contaminated with salmonella. This is important because for two reasons: the damage to the public health. 76 people and 6 people passed away. And because after of this case, the Food Safety Modernization Act, that is what this letter means, was created. It was a modernization act for the Food and Drug Administration law. Okay. Yes, this one. So we can see that even in all around the world, a lot of companies have this food safety system management, but the failures still. Okay. Top 5 pathogens that cause foodborne illness that result in death. Salmonella, first of all. This data is from the CDC or from the USA. Toxoplasma gondii, Listeria monocytogenes, norovirus that I told you before, and Campylobacter. Main reason for product recall. First of all, undeclared allergens. What means this? This is not like people who put intentionally an allergen in a product that doesn't have this allergen. This is, first of all, a product of a bad cleaning process. So if you have a product with this allergen and you make a bad cleaning process, you make another product that doesn't have this allergen, and in your label you will say this product doesn't have this allergen. But if you make a bad cleaning process, maybe you will have it because the other product have it. Okay, so this is the principal means reason for product recall. Salmonella, yes, and Listeria monocytogenes. So nowadays, in 2020, the rapid alert system for food and feed mention make mention for the second quarter of this year. Yes, the mainly reasons for recall worldwide. First of all, information notifications. What it mean? You have to be to label product. Alerts, 32%. Alerts about contamination in the product, and rejection at the border because of the same thing. You don't accomplish the law of that country about food safety and regulatory affairs. It will be a rejection. Okay, so Salmonella nowadays in the second quarter, according to Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed, are the cause of the 70% of the recalls nowadays. Salmonella enteritidis is one of them. The chicken, this nowadays is involved in 94% of the cases, yes, and 8% correspond to Salmonella typhimurium with poultry, all with an origin. Okay, and we were talking about contamination in food. This could be in feed production, in pet food production, but we have another aspects to see. Intentional manipulation, yes, food fraud, and radioactive effects. That's because um, after 9/11 in the USA, all the things changed. All even the food that entered in the United States and worldwide need to be very to need to take care of this food production. To anybody can put something to damage your brand or damage the people, the consumer, and have been many cases. I will show you one. And radioactive effects in Fukushima in Japan in 2011. It was an earthquake. It was an accident. So food from Japan and green leaves, yes, were detected with radioactivity. So we are talking not just about contamination for bacteria right now. We need to look, we need to take these other aspects. Maybe in the future will be more, I don't know. But nowadays is like this. I will talk to you about the food terrorism. I don't know if something new about this issue. Needles in strawberries. It was very uh, a big. It was a new around the world. Okay, so if we have these food safety management systems, we have a lot of controls around the world, at the borders, inside the countries. So why is this happening? Why is this still happening? Is was happening maybe 10 years ago? Why now this is still happening? Well, it's a lot of aspects, and this is why I want to talk to you about the importance of the food safety system management. But I will make a resume or memorize all these words to just two words: quality culture. Yes, quality culture. What I want to say with this, maybe in a facility you have a certification, GMPs, HACCP, from GFSAI, but if you don't have quality culture, these cases, it will be happening again. Okay, as I said, I was working as an auditor, second party, a third party in Mexico, Latin America, and the United States. So I have been seeing a lot of things, and I will show you some pictures when we have little things that maybe when we are working there we can say no, it's not a problem, but we have a contamination, we have a problem, then we can look backwards and say maybe that is not okay. So it's they're open. As you can see, it's a very big gap. Could for this it could enter dust, it could enter, if it's raining, for example, it could enter a cat, a dog, a lot of things. Yes, if we don't have the culture quality of saying, you know that this is not okay, we need to call maintenance to repair the door right now because we have a, I don't know, we have a storm, is raining a lot, it will enter a lot of water with dust, with a lot of things, right? Another one, you can see this big gap. So what will happen if you are transferring your finished product to the truck, but it is raining right now? For this gap, it will enter a lot of water, so your product will be get wet. So if you are transporting, I don't know, a flour, a wheat flour, if it's wet, if it get a high level of humidity, it will be bacteria growth. Okay, and all the control that we had before in this step, well, it's like we didn't anything because in the contamination it will be there. Okay, this one of my favorites. Where is the lacking part? Maybe if the people is working with this in feed production, in food for human production, in pet food production, this is very important, because if we don't have the quality culture, we can use this without a problem. But where is this lacking part? Maybe it's in the product, maybe it's in the process, we don't know. But it's a high possibility that is in the product or in the package, whatever. So it's very important to have this in mind. The quality culture will avoid that the people work with this kind of tools. Yes. This together with the food safety management system. Yes. This one, for example, here says good product, but it's a container for these cleaning tools and other stuff. Okay, and it's so dirty. So again, when we have a good culture along all the organization, we will make sure that the people don't do this, don't never do this, because he will say, no, that's good product. We can put these cleaning tools here. Okay, so what I'm trying to say with this is, even when I have a food safety systems, yes, nowadays, even when I have this document that say you are certified by this, by HACCP, by GMPs, whatever, don't make sure that you are really doing the things well. What will assure that? well, creating an organization that a culture that the people never will do this without the need of you are all the time monitoring his activities. Yes. What could we do? Well, I want to represent the food integrity, yes, as a little chair. So have three columns principle: safety, food safety, quality of the product, and the third one is culture. Yes, policies. There is the philosophy and the soul of the company. Okay, they have some supporting things: evaluation, audits, inspections, uh, KPIs, for example, creation of values, skills and knowledge, education training, yes, and being updating all the time. So with this, we will get a food integrity, yes, in our food uh, process production. Okay, why is important this? Because the food safety system, that is this FSS, it's always science based. It's not negotiable. It has to be proactive. Yes, this will make this the proactivity will make the FSS will be in continuous improvement. Yes, and we need to evaluate the effectiveness of the systems all the time. Okay, what is the challenge to demonstrate the effectiveness on food safety? Yes, that is the importance of this part. So I want to talk to you about the Global Food Safety Initiative. The people on food and feed production maybe know it. For the ones that not know it, I will talk to you about this. It's a global initiative that brings together around 650 retailers, manufacturers, service providers, and others around in 70 countries. Why this initiative was created? First of all, to get food uh, without problems, get the lowest risk in food safety that you can see a lot of. This is just a few ones, but it's a lot of people. It's a lot of manufacturers. It's a lot of retailers that is in this are in this initiative. So and homologate all the schemes that we have 10 years ago and nowadays even we can say about the system ISO in not just for food production, it's for every manufacturing industry. Nowadays we have options for every step of the supply chain and food production. Yes, since agriculture, yes, agriculture and poultry, for example. Primus EFS is enfocated to agriculture, just agriculture, since the farm to the packaging. Yes, we have the most famous food safety system certification 22K, FSSC 22K, IFS, BRC, SQF. All of these four have covered since primary production to selling to the consumer. Yes, but these schemes give us the opportunity to establish in our production, yes, a very good food safety system management. And maybe you are saying, well, this is just for big enterprises. No, I have been the A month ago, I audited a little, very, very small company with Primus EFS. They were processing onion and like chili. Here in Mexico has a name is chile morron in little pieces, packaged, and they are really, really small company and have Primus EFS. All of these to have the certification of this establishing of food safety systems on feed production and pet food production. For this issue, in Global Food Safety Initiative, it's separated. The feed production is have these controls separated, and pet food production have another controls because of the close that have the pets with the humans right now. It's more controls in pet food production. So with this, you can have a very important system that make you sure that you can accomplish regulatory affairs, that you accomplish uh, with your customers, that you complete the supply chain. Yes, even for defense, this is a needle that we saw in the other slide that show you. Some people put this needle here in the strawberries in a lot of containers. So this is another aspect that we have to take. In this, all of these schemes take this aspect covered. Say yes. So for this, we need to make a trade assessment, very very similar to a HACCP system, HACCP assessment. Yes, and another one is food fraud. Yes, it's to prevent that your brand is not getting victim of fraud. You can see here, this is a example that we saw our Mexican star beer Corona. And one time it was a beer that had this name. Is the same label, but just change the letter O for the E. And this in that moment these were a food fraud cause, because you're using all the label to get confused, maybe to get confused the client and buy it. The people buy it thinking that it was Corona, but at the end this ends very well. In this case, the Sorona and Corona will make business. We did make business together, so it's okay. But we need to make a vulnerability assessment for this one. Yes, to the food fraud assessment. The same, the other schemes that I said you cover all of this. Well, we are important all the time with all of this. What I want to tell you at the end, as a conclusion, is remembering the main objective in food production, feed production, food fed production. Yes, remember always the main objective is to bring food safety to our customers. We don't know who are eating the product that we are producing. We don't know. Maybe it's a child, maybe it's a pregnant woman. We don't know. So we have that responsibility, and we need to be very very smart in this case. So remember the main objective, the quality culture that we can implant or establish in our organization. Part of this is remembering the main objective and know the consequences of avoid this objective. Yes, the consequences of not to go to this objective. Well, I say it in the slide, in the other slide. A lot of people get sick and other people die. So we are in food production. We are responsible of this picture. This is our main objective. So this is all for me. I just want to thank you. If you have another question, not just hearing this webinar after of this or whatever, let you hear my email, my LinkedIn. If you want to, feel free to ask whatever you want. It will be a pleasure for me to ask your questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Betancourt Dante? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We have enjoyed your
Thank
speech.
you at the same time. Thank you for Inovine Conferences for inviting me.
Yes, thank you. We are also pleased with your topic. Looking forward to meet you if everything goes well in physical event in 2021.
Thank you.
Yes. Now we asked Dr. Larry Schiffer from Schiffer Global Management LLC USA to join the event and start presentation. So you can start your presentation, sir.
All right. Can you see it?
Yes, yes, sir. It's fine.
All right. Let me minimize the thumbnail here.
Just you can enlarge your slides. It will be
Working on that. There you
yeah,
go.
yes, it's fine.
So we're talking about food. We're talking about agriculture. I think the title of my presentation was Agriculture Foundations of Life Stability, Longevity, Cultural Economies of Agriculture. So in this context, we have to first define what are our objectives. Several of the presenters were talking GMOs, food safety. We got a chance to hear from the lady from Egypt about the shellfish and other types of agriculture production, the sugar cane productions. So there are a lot of different agriculture productions all over the world. So I've basically created these objectives: produce food without harmful chemicals, produce enough food to feed everyone. We've all seen the reports about the growing population, the urbanization of the planet. So all of that feeds into this. Produce food locally. We talk about transportation miles as the cost of food, and also the food loss after harvest, post-harvest loss. Produce food that is healthy. Again, that's a little bit of a transition lately over the last few years, where people didn't necessarily have a concern over the healthiness of the food. They had more of a concern over the cost of the food. And so the health of the food has been a little bit of an issue. And then produce food without disturbing the local natural ecology. We all see what's happening down in Brazil. We all see, the devastation of the forests, other ecology. I have a lot of folks from Africa that tell me, oh yeah, come and do agriculture in our country because we have arable land, we have beautiful land, and we're very productive. And let's see, what's the chat saying? Am I missing something? Oh, he just shared that. Okay, good. Anyway, so I say, well, the reason why you have beautiful land and it's very arable and it's good quality soil. Have you ever done agriculture on it? And they said, no, we want to do agriculture. So, well, the reason why you have all that beautiful land is because you haven't done agriculture on it. Because as soon as you do agriculture on it, you're going to deplete the natural resources that are in the ground. And you're going to have to remediate the land with fertilizers. And that's a big, huge growing industry now in some of these developing countries is fertilizers. And the difference between organic natural fertilizer and synthetic man-made fertilizers. So let's go. Okay, let's do this way. So let's look at this thing. Take a minute to absorb this in. Now this is going to be a little bit more interactive. So you're going to have to put some comments in the chat to everybody so we can all see your comments. I've got my iPad set up next to me so I can see your comments as they come in. So this is a traditional integrated ecosystem of a farming operation. I grew up on a 500-acre dairy farm. We had pigs, we had some chickens, we had corn, beans, oats, and hay. So we were doing pretty much a combination of all of this. It's all integrated. So think about the vulnerabilities. All right, can anybody add in the comments vulnerabilities that you see in this kind of a system? Come on, I expect some interaction here. We got like 15 people in the, I think that's what it was. 15 people in this.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'd like people to add in what the vulnerabilities of this type of integration, traditional agriculture.
Questions?
What are some of the obvious vulnerabilities?
Questions?
No? Okay, well, the area of loss that occurs. So let's just look at the loss. Engine exhaust, carbon emissions, feed sold volatile loss, volatile loss exported manure, if you're not using it to replenish the soil with nutrients, and what you're adding to the soil, potentially your runoff and leaching. And right, and then agriculture, livestock production has taken a big hit now. A lot of people are targeting that for carbon emissions, even though it's a small percentage of what is the source of carbon emissions in most countries. So non-renewable inputs, fossil fuels. I think water usage for agriculture, of all water usage in most countries, is up in the 70 percentile range, 70 to 80 percentile range. So when you think about the shrinkage of your aquifers and the, especially the dry countries, Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, what are we adding? Yes, please add your comments to the chat. So water is a huge concern. The water, food, energy nexus that you hear other people talk about. Energy is the other concern. Biological threats. We've already heard that from the food safety guy. There are a lot of biological threats, along with the lady from the GMO topic. The whole reason why GMOs were created is to protect your plants from the threats, so that they can incorporate in the normal pesticides and herbicides that they use on plants. Instead of using them on plants, they can incorporate it into the seeds. So then your environmental threats. We've seen the locusts. How many people are aware of climate change now? Obviously, the seasonal flooding in West Africa and the traditional droughts in East Africa, and I mean, so many other places have all their environmental concerns now that are happening as a result of the climate change, the increased temperature, and things like that. So what's foundational? What is foundational to this whole system? The ecosystem of farming, raising food. If it's the biovalve industry, if it's the sugarcane industry, if it's livestock industry, if it's maize or corn or soybeans, or if it's your vegetables, your human consumables, your vegetables, your fruits. What's foundational? A lot of people will tell me, if you're not adding the comments, that's fine. I'll just keep going. If a lot of people tell me soil is foundational to this whole system, because obviously the livestock need what's grown in the soil, whether or not you're doing it through hay.
Maybe the weather conditions too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe the weather conditions too, and the global warming could be, and the soil can be affected.
Okay, that's outstanding. All of those factors go into this whole, I call it a formula for the sake of better terminology. But if you look at this whole situation with agriculture, foundationally, people will say it's, but what's the purpose of the soil? You got to have soil to grow food. Now, I will say up front that I am an advocate and a developer of aquaponics, so a soilless indoor growing environment for fish and plants. So what's the purpose of the soil? A lot of people say it's to provide the nutrients, obviously. It's to provide a foundation for the roots to grow in, a medium to absorb the water even. So if it's to do all of that, why do we need to amend the soil with fertilizers if the soil's job is to provide the nutrients? So really, it's not to provide the nutrients if we're doing it externally. The purpose of the soil is to provide a living environment for the microorganisms, bacteria. This is the smallest, most vulnerable piece of this whole ecosystem, but it's the most significant and most important. Without the microorganisms, without the proper bacteria, and again, if you're doing the right soil testing so you understand what's in your soil, if you understand the pH of your soil, you understand the percentage of oxygen in your soil, it determines whether or not your bacteria are aerobic bacteria or anaerobic bacteria, which could determine a lot of other factors, whether or not it's harmful or healthy for your plants to grow in. The pH determines the development of the compounds from all of the molecules of all of the different organisms, and the substances from the nutrients and minerals that are in the soil. I'm talking like the iron, phosphate, magnesium, potash, all the stuff that's supposed to be in the soil that your plants live on. Imagine iron. How many people take iron supplements? It's ferrous when they get it in the pill bottle, and it's the way it's supposed to be absorbed in the soil by the plants, ferrous. But if your pH is off, then it changes it from ferrous to ferric. And if it goes to ferric, then the plants can't absorb it, and you as a human can't absorb it either, and it's flushed out. So the purpose of that iron is just a waste on you unless you know what your pH is. So the chemistry is a huge part to agriculture, and understanding the chemistry and the process of carbon. Somebody already talked about ammonia, and when we fertilize the soil on the farm, commercial, 500 acres, if we're doing it, we're fertilizing with ammonia anhydrous chemical we inject into the soil. And it takes a little bit of time for the bacteria, because the bacteria wake up around 70 degrees. In the US, depending on what part of the country you're living in, you have to wait until the spring for the ground to warm up, for that bacteria to wake up, to begin to do that heavy lifting to break all that down. But if you're living in around the equator, Africa, other places, South America even, that you're warm all the time. And so you could cycle many growing cycles in your agriculture systems if you understand the chemistry and how to feed those bacteria so they can do their job properly. So what I wanted to do, if I can do this, How can I do this? Desktop. Desktop. Click to exit. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to bring up this other one. So look at this slide. Everybody's aware of the Sustainable Development Goals. Look at how ag production is linked either directly or indirectly to so many of the Sustainable Development Goals. Even the stability of country and the monetary factor of the country, the stability of the monetary trade of the country. There's a lot of countries base their monetary value on the currency of the value of their currency based on petroleum. And of course, we all know the value of the petroleum has dropped down incredibly, and it's caused a lot of countries to reconsider how they're evaluating or valuing their monetary currency. So if we can convert that back to agriculture, which it used to be years ago, then that provides a lot more stability in the country. What's happening in Nigeria with the pastoralists, the fighting over land rights. If we can produce a thing called fodder in an indoor system that can be powered by the sun, that we could do water collection during the rainy season and store it in the dry season, then we could produce fodder for all of the herdsmen so that they don't have to worry about grazing their herds anymore. They could do feedlots. And if they did feedlots, then we would be able to capture all of the manure and the waste. And then we would be able to create methane. And then we would be able to capture the remaining product, the organic nutrients, the fertilizer, that we could convert to a product that you could go out for traditional agriculture purposes. How can I... So what does sustainable agriculture look like? Because we talked about the bacteria. The bacteria are really the foundation for all of our agriculture. Young lady from Egypt with the biovalve stuff. Bacteria plays a huge part with shellfish. That's their whole purpose, is being down in the water. Morgan State, I added in the comments that Morgan State in Maryland is doing a huge project. They've been doing it for a number of years to raise a lot of the shellfish to repopulate the Chesapeake Bay, for cleaning up the bay because of all the runoff from all of the development in the Maryland, Virginia, DC area. So their purpose is to eat up all that stuff, and that's what they live on, so that they grow. But the question is how healthy is that muck that they're eating up? And is it chemical based? And then are we getting that in the mussels and the oysters and things that we're consuming as humans? So imagine farms like this. Again, this is limited because it's leafy greens. But imagine you could do fish as well. I know people think it's crazy, but what are your limitations in this system? We're using freshwater fish, so any freshwater fish. And then what kind of plants can you grow? I would suggest that you could grow, yes, we can't do that for aquaculture. Aquaculture, they'll need depuration. All right. So if you're talking saltwater systems, but if you're talking freshwater systems, the biological filtration system that we've created for these systems takes care of the ammonia nitrite and converts it to the nitrate. We like to process the solid and liquids collectively together completely to create a liquid fertilizer that goes out to all the plants. And then the plants take care of the nitrogen. They suck up all the nitrogen, and then it cleans the water, and then the water comes right back to the fish. So what can you grow in these systems as far as on the plant side of things? The only limitation is your vertical space. So you can imagine grapes, watermelon, cantaloupe. You want to do banana trees? You want to do moringa? You want to do, I don't know, cacao, coffee beans, outside of your traditional herbs, fruits, vegetables. It's just a matter of designing the grow space properly so you can fit everything in and maximizing not only the horizontal space, but the vertical space. They give a rough estimate of, say, you can grow 5 hectares on 1 hectare of land once you do that multiplication of space vertically. And what's your waste? What are you generating as waste? Because waste is always a concern. You're generating the organic waste from the plants when you do the harvest of the plants. If you're cutting off the roots or if you're cutting off any part of the plant, then you could recycle and put it in a breakdown bin. What am I getting pinged on? Is my time almost up? I'm hearing sounds. Anyway, so the organic waste you could put in a bin to recycle and break down, and you could convert that to a liquid, a fertilizer that you could sell to other farmers. So imagine fodder. We talked about fodder. Imagine a factory of producing fodder for large livestock operations. You can customize the seed blend that you spread in these trays to specifically match the nutrient requirements for, let's say, cattle, sheep, goats, chickens, pigs, whatever your livestock is. Commercial fish production, depending on the breed of the fish. If the fish are a school-based fish, you could pack them very densely in like 1 gallon of water per fish, per pound of fish. Or if it's not a school-based fish like freshwater salmon that they need more space, you're going to need like a cubic foot of water per fish, and that would be a different growing system instead of this round tray. So fruits and vegetables, again, here's different types of products that are being grown. Everybody sees the strawberries, they see the tomatoes, they see obviously the leafy greens and herbs, but the limitation is really your imagination. Root and tubers. I hear a lot of discussion about cassava. I would ask you what the nutrient content of cassava is, just like soybeans. What's the nutrient content of soybeans? Why are we eating that as human beings if there's no nutrient content? For rice, there were only 3 original strains of rice, and everything has been modified since then genetically by either natural breeding or otherwise. But if you're talking white grain rice, bleached rice, what's the nutrient content in that? Are you biofortifying the rice like they're doing with the sugarcane? Are they biofortifying that stuff? How organic are you getting with your fruits and vegetables and herbs, the food that you're feeding humans? Now, if you want to talk about agriculture as non-human consumable foods, yeah, use all the chemicals you want. Use the GMOs if you want, because it's not going into the human consumption system of things. I'm talking purposes of like corn for biofuels, for other uses of corn that are non-human consumable, soybeans for biofuels, things like that are for biofuels that are non-human consumable. Cotton, obviously, industrial, that you could use out in the outdoor fields. And you can use as many chemicals as you want. It really doesn't make a difference unless you're concerned about the runoff, and then you have to be concerned on that level. But as far as human consumable foods, the only climate-proof option that I see, given the threats that we're facing, is indoor production, really. And that's the direction I think a lot of places are going now, whether it be hydroponics, aquaponics, or aeroponics. But as many aquaculture operations there are all over the world, it only makes sense that you're using that nutrients. You can imagine if you have a cage, open water cage aquaculture operation, right? Big, huge cages, thousands of fish in each cage in an open water environment. They're dumping tons of fish food into those cages to feed those fish. The fish are producing a lot of waste. The nitrogen is going into the environment in the water. What do you think is going to happen? Phosphorus, algae blooms, all of that stuff as a result of that. So how healthy is that to the environment, the ecosystem, without damaging the environment we're in? What happens if the cage breaks or the fish get out like they had up in Washington State? I mean, thousands of salmon got out. Is it time for me to get off? Let me know if it's time for me to get off, and I'll eutrophication. Yes. So we do a moving, if you want to get into the specifics of the biofiltration system, it's a moving bed bioreactor is the first stage. So the water is constantly agitating. Some places for the municipal sewage treatment facilities, they use these kinds of systems. And then once you get done with the moving bed bioreactor, where you're breaking down all the solids into semi-solids and very small particles, then you go into a fixed film media system where you allow the bacteria bed to get very well established, and you give the bacteria the time it needs to break down those semi-solids into a complete liquid state, so that your total suspended solids are very, very minuscule. And if you are having a suspended solid problem in any of your grow trays with your plants, then that actually gives you an opportunity to bring in some of your shellfish, freshwater shellfish that you could raise in this kind of a system as a partner in the whole program to eat up some of that waste that you're having. So any other questions in the chat? That's awesome. I love people with questions. So imagine, like Chad Lake. Chad Lake, they say, is disappearing. They haven't figured it out yet. And I said, well, Chad Lake, seriously. I mean, if you're in the 70 to 80 percentile usage of agriculture usage of your water that's going to the Chad Lake or what's in the Chad Lake, then it would only make sense to change the problem, not the symptom to the problem. So you have to analyze the problem to determine what's an actual symptom to the problem or what is actually really the problem. Just like California cut off a lot of the farmers from unrestricted water usage and irrigation because their aquifers were emptying and collapsing. South Africa was on a water emergency because they were running out of water. Imagine that. Egypt was running out of water. Saudi Arabia was running out of water. You can imagine these countries, whole countries are running out of water. And again, return on investment. I really like the young lady with the sugar canes because she went into return on investments. And so many people talk about these agriculture programs like they're nonprofits or they're public funded opportunities, but really you have to show return on investment. And that's the significance of what this is, because you can do year-round production. And you're not doing only one growing cycle, 2 growing cycles, maybe even 3 growing cycles a year. You're doing constant year-round production. And you're operating in a biosecure facility. You know, with the problems that you addressed with the E. coli and the salmonella, the threats, because of all the recalls for the food safety issue, none of that affected the indoor production businesses that were producing all of that, the lettuce and everything. It was deemed that none of that was coming from any of the indoor facilities, and they've never had any of those problems because traditionally those indoor facilities are a biosecure facility, and they have significant practices, good agriculture practices that they implement in there for exactly that whole reason. So imagine I'm teaching right now with Bowie State University and building their system, aquaponics. But previously to that, I did University of District of Columbia. And worldwide, there are universities that are now jumping on the bandwagon here for indoor agriculture production. So that is pretty much the end of my conversation. Does anybody have any questions? I don't know if that was too quick or if that wasn't quick enough. You let me know. Anybody have questions?
Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Larry Sheffield?
One of the things that I like to give foundationally to this whole aspect of agriculture is you have to come up with a lowest common denominator. You're doing mathematics, you're doing fractions, things like that. You have to come up with the lowest common denominator. You sit next to high tech people and they want to talk about AI, they want to talk about drones, they want to talk about all this industrialization of agriculture. And that may work in some countries, but when you're talking about developing countries where they're rudimentary and they're in the fields with hose and that kind of farming, that you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to take folks from that level and jump them right over to a computerized combine that may be able to self-drive itself, and it's going to cost $500,000 to buy a huge combine like that to justify that expense. Now you have countries like Nigeria who's partnered with John Deere, and they have bought a bunch of machinery that they maintain at a collective depot type of thing, and they allow farmers to sign up to use that machinery as needed. And so as they sign up, then they get the machine. So they have a central repository for all that machinery that they maintain it and everything like that. Now it seems to be working fairly well, but again, there's a huge training program that has to go into using that kind of equipment so that they understand what that is. And that still doesn't solve the processing of the agriculture and the storage of the agriculture, because you have to, if it's grains, you have to dry it obviously, and spreading it out on the ground or spreading it out on sheets and letting the sun dry it and that kind of thing. You're just exposing it to more environmental threats. And then the transport of it. And the food safety guy, he talked about if it gets wet, then you got mold and everything else that occurs on it. So that's just some of my last minute thoughts.
Yes, we have got a comment from Dr. Eman Wazin. Very interesting presentation.
Dr.
Yes.
Schaefer, I have just one. It's not a question, it's maybe just a comment. First of all, very nice presentation, very interesting. I just want to know how different is the production rate in this hydroponic production against the traditional production, because we were seeing that maybe the production cost is very low, but the production rate at the end, how much is very different? Is a small difference?
It's a lot more different, because when we germinate the seeds and we're putting the seeds into the system to grow, we're not filling all of the grow trays all at the same time like you do out in the traditional field. We stagger our planting cycles so that we can harvest. Let's say if you want to harvest every week or if you want to harvest every month, you can set that up in your facility. So if we're talking every 10,000 square foot facility, you could produce a little over about 55,000 pounds of food a year. And then the same thing with the fish. Let's say tilapia. You want to raise tilapia from baby fingerlings. It takes about 3 to 4 months to get it up to 1 pound, at least 4 months to get it up to 2 pounds, depending on the protein level of your food and the quality of the food. We like to use about a 44 to almost 50% protein rate in the food, without any corn, soybean, chicken byproducts or any of that nastiness in the fish food. So it has to be a high quality fish food because that's the only input into the system. And then the other thing that you want to think about outside of volume of production is the nutrient density of the plants. So if again, I talked about the ingredients in the soil. If you don't understand what your nutrients are in your soil, then you really don't understand what nutrients you're going into your plants. And we can control the whole environment of the plants, including the nutrients. So we know that the nutrient density is much more significant in these systems.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Schaefer.
Yes.
You bet. And if you want to talk about growth rates, I mean, like lettuce from seed to harvestability, you're talking like 4 weeks. Tomatoes, you might be talking 6 to 8 weeks. Watermelon, things like that. I mean, grapes, we did about 6 weeks for the vines to develop the flowers and everything. The challenge we are struggling with now is pollinators. You could do I don't know how many people like working around beehives and honeybees in an indoor facility, if you can imagine. So what we're looking
Yeah.
at now is companies like Walmart. They have 5 patents out now for micro drones. If you can imagine an AI system for this kind of thing, I like AI. So if you imagine an AI system that has cameras in a facility that can detect when a blossom opens up and can tell what kind of a plant that blossom is, then it activates those drones to come collect the pollen, and then it can take that pollen and distribute it to any kind of plant you want to, and you can determine that distribution based on the flower type and everything with that kind of a system. So that way you can control your breeding as well. But right now, a lot of facilities, they'll hand pollinate. If you imagine going around with a Q-tip in a facility where you got like string beans and cucumbers and you got all those blossoms and you got to hand pollinate. Crazy.
Yes, terrific. Thank you, Dr. Schiffer. Very good presentation.
You're welcome.
Yes. We have 2 comments from Dr. Emmanuel Zim. Very interesting presentation, as well as from Dr. Jocelyn. Nice presentation, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking in this meeting and providing a unique perspective. Thank you for sharing your tips with us. Looking forward to meet you again next time. Yes. Now we welcome Dr. Tommaso Nastro from Italy of Food Technologist and Quality Manager. So you can share your PPT.
Hi, do you feel me?
Yes, sir. You can share your PPT on
Do
the
you hear
screen.
me?
Yes, yes.
I have
Yes, doctor, you can share your presentation, your PPT on the screen.
just a moment.
Yes.
Hi, sorry. This is my first time I use Zoom, so I have some problem.
Yes.
So I am Tommaso Castro and I work for Amaseno Società Cooperativa Agricola. So
yes.
now I am going to talk.
Yes, I'm going to share your PowerPoint presentation, sir. Just you can just after completing your talk, just you can mention the word next or slide change, because I'm playing behalf of
Yes,
you.
yes. I am I'm only explain. So now I am talking about the characteristic of water buffalo milk and the production of a PDO mozzarella. So how can I change? How can I change? So the first time we have to say that PDO mozzarella is composed from 100% of water buffalo milk, whole water buffalo milk, and the production came from these origins. What it means that so if I wanted to product buffalo mozzarella, buffalo mozzarella in other country of Italy, for example, for in Milan, this is possible, but I can put on packaging these 2 particular symbols. These 2 particular symbols means that the product we are buying is PDO mozzarella. And this is a certification. It's very important. So what the buffalo milk we use for production mozzarella is came from Bubalus bubalis. So that's Italian Mediterranean buffalo, and for PDO mozzarella disciplinary, buffalo milk must respect some parameters. The fat at least the fat content must be 7.2%, and the other one is the protein content that must is more than 4.2%. Milk must be worked by 60 hours from milking. This is very important. So the next, so the main difference between buffalo and script. So as you can see, cow milk has more water than buffalo ones, and instead water buffalo milk has more lactose protein fat. What does it mean? So the quantity of kilo is less. So to produce three. So from 1 kilogram of milk, I can produce 2.53 kilogram of buffalo mozzarella instead. From 1 kilogram of milk cow, I can produce only 1 or 1.5 kilogram of cow mozzarella. Also, the name is not correct for cow mozzarella, but we can explain later maybe. So when we go to supermarket, we found this name, mozzarella di bufala campana DOP, that in English, translated in English is the PDO water buffalo mozzarella. So now I'm going to explain better the flow chart production for mozzarella. The next, just a moment, sorry. So, let's start by milk. So also milk used or not. Generally for great companies producing mozzarella for a broad market, they used to pasteurize milk. The next step is coagulation. Coagulation happens to make calf rennet and whey culture. So calf rennet is the use of calf rennet for production is also written in PDO disciplinary. Is fundamental, is important, and of course there is many types of calf rennet. In fact, it depends on and content. And the next is the whey culture. So this is very difficult to translate in English, but we have to think that produce mozzarella, a part of whey is stored. This way is stored by lactic bacteria. So we have a lot of acidity in whey culture, and pH decrease. So for mozzarella production journey, the acidity of whey culture is around 16 for 16 grade SH for 15 ml of whey. The next is the maturation. Maturation takes 4-5 hours generally, and this maturation occurs below whey. What it means? Means that the card is covered by whey, and this is a particular way to maturation for PDO mozzarella. So this is different, for example, for cow mozzarella, because in a lot of many company, dairy company, whey is left by card, and of course this last process takes longer. So how can I know if card is ready to be worked? There are two ways. The first one is analytic. In fact, the pH of the card is around 4.80, 4.90, and the second one is this artisanal way, so by hands. So cheesemaker takes a piece of card, he chop it up, the card, and add a bit of hot water. Sorry, hot water, and just we are before. Yes, thank you very much. Sorry. So I am here. Here. So I hope that you can hear everything and understand. Sorry for my English, but I am this also emotional.
Yes, no problem, sir.
So so also the stretching, so the cheesemaker takes a bit of card, and he makes this try. If a card is stretched longer, that means that the card is ready to be worked. So we are to stretching. Generally, in a big company, we is used the stretching machine. But in artisanal company, there is the artisanal way. So just a moment, I want to show you. There is a person takes a piece of pasta, dough pasta for mozzarella, and another person cut the pasta by hands, making this movement. This movement is very important because cut the pasta, making this special shape to mozzarella. And for this movement, that in Italian dialect means mozzare, mozzarella takes its name. So the it's not for this process. Hot water is necessary, at the temperature of the shaping by shaping machine. And the next step is cooling. Cooling it's only fresh water is used, and later there is the firming. Firming, so it's an important phases because we use lactic and citric acid, water, and salt. So salt is used to make mozzarella tasty, and it's very important. Lactic citric acid give to mozzarella the characteristic crust. In fact, if you buy mozzarella, you can get there is a thin crust around the mozzarella. And the last one is packaging. In packaging is generally basically used. The composition is similar to filming liquid, but the composition is different. Of course, the recipe changes for every dairy company. So the next slide is just a moment. The next slide, next one. So the main characteristic of pure mozzarella. So these characteristics are illustrated also in PDO disciplinary. And the color must be white porcelain. The shape must be rounded. As we have just said, the crust is very thin, 1 millimeter. So the structure inside the mozzarella must be composed by layers. So the flavor must be characteristic and delicate. So when you bite the mozzarella, you should feel the buffalo milk and the bacteria fermentation. When we cut the mozzarella, should come out a drop of white liquid, so it's very important. And for analytic parameter, the fat out of that substance must be at least for 52%, and the humidity must be at least maximum 65%. So if you look at this figure, you can see that there is a longitudinal cut. That means that this mozzarella is product by a shaping machine. If you instead look at a V shape, so that means that the mozzarella is cut by hands. So it's another little curiosity. Next slide is. So the factor influencing the quality and the characteristic of mozzarella are the following. So milk, but this is real for every cheese. So if you work for a dairy company, you know that to make a good cheese, it's a good milk is necessary. So the whey culture is important because the whey culture give acidity to milk. So if the whey culture is too old or too acid, can create some problem during the transmission. So the size of cut after cutting. So the size of cut is very important because when you do, later the coagulation, there is the initial cutting of card, and it's important because the size of card should be not too big because it's too big. Card keep more weight, and the mozzarella became sour. It's not good for customer, but if for that the just size should be like hazelnut. So very not too big but not too small because if it's too small, we have card is not so humid, so there's not too much water, and it's a problem during transformation because also the gain for company, but also for customers because when we cut the mozzarella, it's too dried. It's too dried. So and filming and preserving liquid because finding a just equilibrium among mozzarella and filming and preserving liquid is important, fundamental, because we have to think that, for example, mozzarella, 250 grams mozzarella must be a different preserving and filming liquid respect to a smaller mozzarella, for example, 50 grams. Why? Because if I put a smaller mozzarella in a filming preserving liquid for bigger mozzarella, there is the danger that the smaller mozzarella is too salty and it's not good. So next slide is, thank you for your attention, sorry. So I hope that everything is clear. Sorry for everything to be late. For me, this is my first conference. So if you have some questions, you can ask.
Yes. Any questions?
Any question?
Any questions?
You can write because my. No one? It's clear?
Yes.
At least.
Any questions to Dr. Tomaso? Yes. No questions. Thank you very much, sir. Please, yes, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much. For me,
thank you very much.
It was a proud to be here.
Thank you very much, sir. Looking forward to meet you again next time. Now we ask Dr. Muhammad Abdul Hanan from Sharif Bangla Agriculture University from Bangladesh to join the event and start presentation.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, just to be online, sir. Yes, sir, you can go your presentation.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Just you can enlarge your. Yes, it's fine, sir.
Okay, is it visible to all?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. This is Abdul Hannan from Bangladesh. Welcome to my presentation. The topics of my presentation is the identification of pathogen Proteus mirabilis associated with black spot disease in shrimp and its control through medicinal plant extract. Okay, the first of all, I would like to thanks to my corresponding author, Dr. Mahbubur Rahman, for giving the opportunity. Like this, actually, he is the corresponding author, and I am not the first author. First author also busy, Gazliman Chaudhary. On behalf of them, I am presenting this presentation. First of all, shrimp are considered as a high-value aquaculture species in Bangladesh as well as the world. They can be found in both saltwater and freshwater. In freshwater shrimp, normally in Bangladesh we call this prawn. There are two types of species. One is freshwater species, that is the scientific name of this species, Macrobrachium rosenbergi, and another is saltwater species, that is called Phineas monodon. These two are most important culture species for Bangladesh. As well as I think it's for world. These two species are most common commercially imported item of Bangladesh. That has a great contribution to the economy of Bangladesh. It contributes significantly to the country for foreign exchange, employment generation, and the coastal people of Bangladesh. However, in Bangladesh, mainly the Satkhira, Khulna, and Bagarat and Coxbazar, these are the culture region for Bangladesh, shrimp culture region. But the matter of sorrow is that this high value species and are highly susceptible to a variety of disease like viral, fungal, bacterial, protozoan, nutritional, genetical. This is the most common type of disease. The disease is the main constraint for successful production in Bangladesh. A wide variety of disease like vibrosis, bacterial gill disease, white spot disease, hyperpancreatic necrosis disease, even black spot and brown spot. This is the topics of this presentation are most common and most dangerous for our aquaculture production. And the aim of this study is to identify the causal agent of this pathogen, causal agent of this disease. Mainly we focus about black spot or brown spot disease, and we try to identify the suitable control method for this disease. Actually, we assess some antibiotic susceptibility, but this is not our target. Actually, world is moving for organic production and safe food production. That's why we will try to control it through medicinal properties, extract or bioactive compound of medicinal plant. And we'll try to explain about this issue. The objective of this study is to identify the causal agent of black spot disease in shrimp through morphological, biochemical, and molecular techniques to assess the antibiotic sensitivity profile of the isolated shrimp pathogenic Proteus mirabilis strain and the control of black spot disease by using locally growing medicinal plant extract. Now, materials and method. Actually, this is the map of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is I know a dense but small country. This is the Bay of Bengal, and this is the mangrove forest of Bangladesh. You know, this is the world largest mangrove forest located in Bangladesh, and this environment is totally different from the other region. And we collect sample from this brachyshorter. There are two types of species, mainly Phineas monodon and Brachysteum rosenbergi, with infected species are collected from here. Collected sample having, we choose the sample based on their black spot and necrotic lesion on different parts of the body, like rostrum, shell, carapace, abdomen, tail, neuropods, etc. The sample transported to the laboratory of biotechnology and genetic engineering, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Agricultural University. Now, the isolation and phenotypic identification of the isolate. Actually, bacterial swab were collected from infected rostrum, carapace, abdomen. That means that the infected region. We collected sample from the infected region of the shrimp. We spread in nutrient agar, Aromonas selective agar, and TCBS agar medium, and incubated it 27 degrees centigrade. It will be 37 degrees centigrade for 24 hours. After that, the colony formation. Based on the colony characteristics, several colonies we find it from the pellet, and we Based on their colony characteristics, we selected the strain and spread to the nutrient agar media for pure culture. The isolates are routinely cultured, subcultured, and stored in minus 20 degrees centigrade temperature in broth media, which supplemented with 10% glycerol. This is the variety of test. We perform this test to identify the genus of this strain. These are the tests: gram staining, mortality test, gram test, catalase, oxidase, methyl lead test, PP test, oxidative fermentative of means, OF test, indole production, H2S gas production, glucose, and urease production. Based on this test, we suspect that the species were Proteus, the genus is Proteus, and based on this thinking, we 6 representative sample, we send it for in vivo challenge test. That means the artificial infection challenge test. We contain this infection challenge test with 3 replication. Each aquarium contains 20 juvenile shrimp. The average size of the shrimp was 3.5 centimeter and average weight was 0.5 gram. The sample, sorry, the juvenile was collected from a nursery pond of a private hatchery, and we acclimatized on our laboratory condition at room temperature for 7 days. For in vivo challenge test, we prepared bacterial inoculum. The inoculum were prepared by adding 40 ml of broth freshly. It's a 24-hour fresh broth solution with 360 ml of sterile water. After preparation of the inoculum, the juvenile were immersed into the bacterial suspension for 20 minutes in room temperature and then placed for aquarium. The aquarium containing 10 liters of water with aeration. Treated juvenile was monitored at 6-hour interval and it continued for 7 days. A sign of the infection was recorded. The mortality was also recorded. The mortality data finally were analyzed by using NF at 5% level of significance. After mortality in vivo challenge test, we identify the pathogenic strain, and based on this strain, there are in vivo challenge test we sent for a 6 isolate, but finally these 3 isolate NS34, AB021, and AB022. These 3 strain occurs infection. That means high at around 80% of mortality. And based on this experiment, we send it for DNA extraction. Let's go forward for DNA extraction. We use thermoscientific kit for DNA extraction. And we amplified this DNA with 16S RNA DNA gene and using universal primer. These are the primer set, forwards primer and reverse primers. You can see the universal primer sets. The quantity of DNA extract finally identified with electrophoresis gel with 0.8% agar gel, and compared this DNA with DNA marker, lambda DNA marker. This brand was Promega. Finally, the DNA was stored as minus 20 degrees centigrade for further utilization. After in vivo challenge test and molecular identification, we send it for antibiotic sensitivity. Though I said it previously, it is not our target. Our target is bioactive compound, the control of disease through bioactive compound. But beside that, we tested this antibiotic sensitivity. Around 11 commercial antibiotic drugs were collected from the market and tested against this pathogen strain. And finally, we measured the Jordan ratio by a calculated described by Rahman et al. 1998. These are the list of this antibiotic that we used in this experiment. These are the erythromycin, penicillin, cephradin, levofloxacin, azithromycin, amoxicillin, cephromoxin, vancomycin, nitrofurantoin, ampicillin, and gentamicin. These are the list 11 commercial antibiotic we used against this strain Proteus. Finally, we in vitro sensitivity we test the medicinal plant extract. That is our desired treatment. Around 23 medicinal plant, the plant that has the recognized medicinal properties, we selected this plant based on their medicinal properties, and around 23 plant we screened in this experiment. Antibiotic activity was measured by disc diffusion assay, and the disc size was 8 millimeter. Based on their in vitro sensitivity, we go forward to our in vivo experiment to observe the survivability of the fry of the juvenile. Yeah, we both though it's a we know of black spot disease is a create infection outside of the body, the shell, carapace, that is the external infection. So we choose the bath treatment for this treatment. And there are two types of two methods we used in this experiment. One is a bath treatment through boil aqueous extract. That means we use boil extract solution, and another is solvent extract solution. Different types of solvent like ethyl acetate, acetone, hexane, methanol. These are four types of solvent we use in this experiment, and another is boil aqueous extract solution. These are the list of 23 medicinal plant. About this plant, only the tamarind, and the leaf of tamarind, and the bulb of garlic. These two plant perform their show their performance well, and the left one has not effective for this strain. Now results in molecular and morphological biocharacteristics we observed here, and these are the this is a gram staining rod shape, a convex motile strain, and it's also a fermentative, and also it's the absence of growth in 6% sodium chloride, and positive in indole production, estrase production, urease, and glucose, but negative in sodium chloride 6% and oxidase test. Based on this treatment, we identified the genus of this strain, and finally we send it for in vivo challenge test. In vivo challenge test, that means the artificial infection, we observed that the strain only NS34, AB021, and AB022, these three strain create 80% mortality. That means the rate of infection is 80%, and the rest of the strain AB01, 02, and 03 is totally zero. Also, we can observe the control. There is no mortality. That means the mortality is zero. In control, there is no bacterial infection, but in case of NS34, AB021, and 22, we use our strain, our isolated strain Proteus mirabilis, and create its 80% mortality. After confirmation of the pathogenicity of the isolate, then we send it for molecular characterization. We extract this DNA from these isolates and send it for sequencing. Finally, the sequencing shows that it was a Proteus mirabilis strain, and it's with homology, it's around 99.57% for both of strain NS34 and AB021. But the strain AB022 showed 99.36%. But both three are very close related to Proteus mirabilis. This sequence already submitted to the NCBI GenBank. This is the phylogenetic analysis of this three strain. Here we can see the three strain AB01, AB022, and NS34. They are the same line and very close to the strain Proteus mirabilis. Now, in antibiotic sensitivity test, we tested, I already said, there are 11 commercial antibiotics we collected from the market and tested against this strain. And these both three strain are resistant to erythromycin, penicillin, amoxicillin, vancomycin, and ampicillin. These are the resistant for this strain. But maximum zone ratio this strain create in levofloxacin, that is 4.8, and gentamicin also very close to levofloxacin. These two, gentamicin and levofloxacin, are perform their shows their zone ratio better. And on the against of this, the azithromycin and cefamidin is very lowest, but they showed their inhibitory zone, but the percentage is very lowest. Medium was observed in cefamidin and nitrofurantoin. Here you can see the zone ratio. This is the picture of our laboratory test of commercial antibiotics. This is very clear zone ratio observed. Here is also clear zone ratio. It's for commercial antibiotics. After that, we go for medicinal plant extract. First we test with crude extract. At first we tested this isolate against of crude extract. There are two types of crude. I said already, the tamarind and garlic. These two strain perform their inhibitory zone against this pathogen. And based on this experiment, we go for their boil aqueous extract solution and solvent extract solution. We made tamarind and garlic boil extract solution, but there is no inhibition was created in boil aqua extract solution of garlic, but tamarind from their zone well. On the contrary, in case of solvent extract, in case of tamarind, only methanol extract of tamarind and acetone extract of tamarind show their inhibitory zone against this pathogen. But in case of garlic, here is methanol, ethyl acetate, and acetone perform their inhibitory effect against of this pathogen. There is the picture of medicinal plant extract. Here is a very clear inhibitory zone. I'm sorry that actually the picture is not clear, but this is the zone. This pathogen, plant extract create this zone, inhibitory zone. And finally, after the in vitro test, we will send it for in vivo reaction. I will send again the infection rate control treatment. Control contains the infection containing the pathogen Proteus mirabile. We also first we made infection with all of this isolate. And after that, we go for treatment. There is two types of treatment I mentioned already: the methanol extract of garlic and boil extract of tamarind. The performance is better in boil extract of tamarind. It's around 80% survival. On the against in methanol extract of garlic shows 60% survival. In control, there is survival, it is only 20%, 80% mortality. On the other extract shows around 10 to 20% mortality. That means there is these are not effective for this for controlling of this pathogen. Only methanol boil extract of tamarind and methanol extract of garlic, they are inhibitory effect in vivo condition. That's all. Finally, the conclusion is that black spot is very common to shrimp cultivation, but it decreases fish production as well as the market demands because of its spot on different parts of the body. But if we can control this disease using bioactive compound of medicinal plant instead of using synthetic chemical and antibiotics, it hope it will be help us to protect, help us to produce organic food and safe food, and well, reduce the health hazard for human. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Any more question?
Any questions to Dr. Abdul Hanan? Any questions?
Will you be able to share the slides?
Sorry?
Will you be able to share the slides? That was awesome.
So, sir is asking to share the slides, sir.
Which slide?
The presentation.
Oh, sure. Can you share, please? Can you see?
Just you can enlarge it.
No, I mean, as the moderator, can you share us electronically? Can you share that presentation with us?
Yes, definitely. So definitely we'll be sharing after the event.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. So unfortunately, so we have two more talks from Dr. Joel Kulo from University of Arizona, as well as Dr. Fidile Ashker from Lebanon. They are going to join the event after half an hour, sir. So we have to wait for half an hour. Just we are running around 20 to 30 minutes forward to our timetable. So meanwhile, just we'll take around 10 to 15 minutes break and we will join the again. At present, the time of according to EDT, it will be around 11:12. So we'll be joining by 11:30. I think everybody are agreed. We'll be joining by 11:30.
So after how many minutes?
Around 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes. Because unfortunately, they are on the way to presentation by Dr. Joel as well as Dr. Fidel. So if you are any participants are willing to give their talk, you can give in. Just we can adjust the time period around half an hour.
Half an hour, okay. But don't start before half an hour.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, because I started my presentation early and I didn't know I should start early. So
Yes.
maybe somebody wanna see the next presentation.
Yes, actually, every participant need to give around 30 minutes, but a few of them have given only 10 minutes. That is we cannot adjust the sessions.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Okay, 30 minutes from now, okay?
Yes. At the present time is around 11:12. We'll be joining around 11:30 to 11:40. We'll be intimating. Yes.
11:30.
Yes, 11:30. According to EDT time.
It's 11:12 now.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Please apologize if you have any inconvenience from your program.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, we are here.
Yes, yes.
Hi. It works on my mobile, but it's not working on my laptop. And I need to use my laptop because my slides are on my laptop. Can you please email to me the link?
Yes, yes. We're going to share.
I don't know what's happening. Inovine. It's not working.
I think you could email the presentation to
No,
the
please
organizers.
email to me the link. Email to me the link, and I'll try it on my laptop. It should work. I see no reason why it should not work.
Yes, sir. We'll be. Just give me 5 minutes more. So.
Have you emailed it to me?
Yeah. No, sir. We are going to mail you.
Yeah, please email to me the link so that I'll just click on it because it worked on my mobile. I was thinking that this would be a live presentation, so it appears that it is not, correct? Do you have my email address? Hello?
Just 5 minutes more, sir. Just. We are just be online.
Maybe I have the wrong link. It always says the passcode was incorrect. Please try again. Why? All right. You know what? It's still not working. I don't know why.
Kindly type in small letters instead of
all
capital.
Small letters.
Yes.
Inovine, correct?
Yes.
Inovine. Still doesn't work. Here, see that? Any chance you can remove the password for me?
Yes. Did you type meeting ID? You can go.
What's that?
Meeting, new meeting ID. Just I send you the personally through this chat.
Okay.
Meeting ID, enter meeting ID. That is 8450252.
Yeah, but it's not asking for the meeting ID. I click on the link and it's only asking for the password.
It's asking. Just refresh.
Can I suggest something?
Yes, madam.
It happened with me, and I entered the Zoom without the link, and I entered the meeting ID and the password.
I did the same thing.
Don't use the link. Don't. Yeah, you did.
I did the same thing. It didn't work. So if you could just send me the link, can you send me a new link without any passwords so that I'll just connect directly. Let's try that, please. That would be the easiest thing.
So, sorry, will you share your PowerPoint presentation so that I can play behalf of you?
I don't mind sharing my presentation. The only thing is I don't like to say, next slide, please, next slide, please. I want to control this, yeah.
So you want, actually there is error in technical product, sir.
You're a bright IT guy. You're an expert. I'm sure you can make this happen for me.
Actually we have got from last 1 hour. All those records are left. That's why we are waiting for your talk since 1 hour.
Well, nobody told me because
Yeah.
I'm following the schedule. The schedule is that my talk is at 12:20 Eastern Daylight Time.
Unfortunately, for every participant, they need to give around half an hour, 30 minutes. They are giving only 10 to 15 minutes.
I know, but that's not my fault, and nobody
yes.
informed me
No
beforehand.
problem.
So don't blame me.
Yeah, just give me 5 minutes.
I'm on schedule.
Yes.
Are you in India?
Yeah. Yes.
Where are you in India?
From Hyderabad.
Yes, excellent. Yeah. So I was under the impression that this would be a live conference. So I guess it's not. I mean, it's okay, no problem with me. But what is the plan in terms of showing this to the audience? Did I lose you? Please send it to my email, not to my mobile. Please email it. Oh, Lord.
Hello.
Are you still there?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there is a problem from your side, sir. Actually,
Well, I don't know what it is. It works everywhere in the world except for this one. I don't know.
Yes. So everybody
again, if you could just send me a link without a password, that would be great.
Yes. We have sent you. Just kindly check your WhatsApp number immediately, sir.
Please send it to me by email.
Yes.
It's not gonna work if you send it to my mobile, and my WhatsApp is on mobile.
Okay.
Send it to me by email, please.
Hello.
Yeah.
Just to do one thing, sir. Go to Zoom application. download the Zoom application.
I have it.
You have it. Then afterwards, just you can join a meeting. You will be getting a blank with the join a meeting with the password, meeting ID as well as password. Just you can enter and you can.
I know. I already tried that. It doesn't work.
So everybody.
I already did that. Listen, can you send me a new link without a password, please?
Yes, we have sent you the already. Just check the chat box. We have sent you the link. Join meeting ID.
Yes. Send it to me by email, please. Are you sending me something?
Hello.
Yeah.
So we have sent to your email ID the link.
You send it to me by email?
Yes. Kindly check it and refresh your page immediately, sir. We are waiting
I know.
Yes.
I'm waiting for it. It's not here yet. You sent it to coelhoj at
Arizona.edu.
Correct, yeah. I got your earlier email, but not this one yet. So I'm waiting. Someone is communicating on WhatsApp. No, you sent it by WhatsApp.
Yeah, sent to email ID also. Just check, refresh.
No. Send it again, please. coelhoj at arizona.edu. So don't tell me my email is not working either. Are you still there?
Yes, sir. Just to be online. So
Okay,
meanwhile,
so how come I'm not getting the email? You were able to send.
Yes,
You were able to send me an email and I received it. That was at 9:08 a.m. here. But since then, I haven't received anything from you. Can you please resend it?
So kindly check your junk as well as spam folders. Sometimes our mail goes to junk folders.
Check my what?
Junk folders.
I know, I'm looking at it right now. There's nothing here.
Junk as well as spam folders.
Yeah, there's not my junk mail. Nothing.
Nothing. So why don't you copy from here this chat box, or we have sent the joint meeting ID. You can copy from here.
I know, I don't know how many times I'm gonna tell this to you. I already did that. It doesn't work. What I need is a new link without a password. Can you do that for me?
Yes. So we'll do one thing, Dr.
That should work. If you send me a new link without a password, it should work. Because the link works, but the password does not.
Just you can type.
And now you're not, I don't know why you're not even able to send me an email right now. I guess it shows there really is a problem with the connection somewhere.
Yes.
But only with you, because I get emails from all around the world. And I do Zoom everywhere around the world, no problem.
Yes. No. Just be honest. I will be sending you immediately, sir. Yeah, hello, doctor. So meanwhile, we'll go with the Dr. Fidele H. Meanwhile, we asked Dr. Fidele Achkar from CEO of Food from Lebanon to start the presentation.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
No, just we'll go with other presentations, sir. Meanwhile, we'll adjust with your.
So what? I'm sorry. What do I need to do? Sorry.
We'll go with Fidel Achkar talk. Then after 20 to 30 minutes, we'll adjust your talk. There was error from your side. We'll adjust meanwhile.
Okay, I just got your email.
Yes.
It's the same thing. You sent me the same thing.
How does Dr. Edelis join the event?
Why did you send me exactly the same thing when you know it doesn't work?
So there is no chance to change the meeting ID.
It doesn't work. Look.
There is no chance
can you
to
see
change
that?
the meeting.
Can you not send me a new link without a password, please?
Yes, just we'll send you.
Okay, do that. That would work. Why? Stop doing something that does not work.
Yes. Meanwhile, we'll go with Dr. Fidele Achkar from Lebanon to start the presentation. Then after.
And when am I supposed to come back?
After next talk will be yours.
I have appointments. And this is my time right now. It's 9:24. This is my time slot.
Hello, everyone. Dr. There is something about Zoom that once a link is sent, it cannot be edited. So everyone is joining on this link. I guess the organizers cannot modify the link because it's a one link for everyone to attend on. So I guess because of this, they cannot send you a new link. Otherwise, we all have to join a new link. I don't know what are the technical issues on your side. Actually, I just joined now, but I know that they cannot send you a new link because everyone in this case will have to go and join the other link.
So what do I need to do now?
I don't know exactly what are the technical issues from your side. What is Zoom saying? It's saying you cannot access the link, the meeting?
The password is wrong.
INOVINE.
It's wrong?
I know, I tried it many times. It's simple, but it doesn't work.
I
Sir,
tried
one second, sir.
with that, but I had to put the ID first.
1 second, just a minute, sir. Without, if in case password is wrong, we are not open in mobile also. Like system or mobile, password is same.
I know.
Password is wrong.
You
Without
see, I know. Right now we're on mobile. I'm able to connect on my mobile, but on my laptop it doesn't work. So I don't know
Yes,
what's
sir, yes.
wrong.
I am also sad, sir. If in case problem is wrong, you are not working in mobile also. That is your system problem, like your system installed browser
Well, I
problem.
know, but it works everywhere else around the world except with you. So I don't know what to say.
Yeah, once.
Okay, so tell me what I'm supposed to do now.
You can start your presentation through mobile, sir. Not a problem.
No, but my PowerPoint is on my laptop, not on my mobile.
Just send me my email, like send me your WhatsApp.
I want to control my slides. Why can you not send me a separate link?
That is yes, sir. I can understand, but that's not my problem, sir. My technically problem. That is your system
Okay, then
browser problem.
I'm sorry. Once you figure it out, once you're able to send me a new link, and I'll come on. Otherwise, I can't do anything with this.
Just listen, sir. Once I will.
If you create a new link, everybody will be disappear, sir, from here. Because
everyone disable and
yes, everybody will be disappear because they need to install a new meeting ID as well as password.
If in case I can generate new link, all
yes,
all participants also
will disappear.
I mean disable, like rejoin and re-enter.
Okay, you guys figure this out. When you already know when you can send me a new link without the password, let me know. Okay? Okay, just communicate with me by email when you're ready. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Fidel Castro cannot check.
Yes, madam. You can start your presentation.
Hello, everyone. So I can now start the presentation.
Yes, please apologize, madam. Actually, we are waiting for the last since 45 minutes.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the presentation. So as the economies of developing nations change, it's important for regulations to evolve accordingly. Developing economies tackle issues of sustainability, food safety, and the need to implement reliable food assurance systems, meeting the international requirements. In the Middle East and North Africa region, the situation is aggravated by underreporting of foodborne illnesses and diseases. Importantly, there is very limited public authority or ministerial oversight over food handling practices and hygiene in some countries of the MENA region, for example, Lebanon, Syria, Egypt. In the Arab world specifically, although several countries have taken steps to upgrade their food safety systems, the capacity and efficiency of many countries still need to be enhanced in order to assure an adequate surveillance of local produced and imported food, as well as to demonstrate compliance with food standards in export markets. Despite differences among the diverse countries in this region, it's clear that there are common challenges they all face to mitigate and achieve what should be one of the 21st century goals for their region: offer safe food to their consumers and increase perceived value of their local food products to open international markets, especially the EU market. In fact, planned and implemented risk-based food safety system is not as common as it should be. There is a lack of fully harmonized basic food safety standards, requirements, and regulations. Additionally, there is a deficit on Codex and GFSI compliance. This restricts the local food sector to trade within their region and causing their conditions extremely challenging to export. Common political instability are also factors that can derail or sabotage the most well-intended implementation of strategies and policies designed to enhance food safety. The Lebanese food safety law that aims to reform the way the government handles food safety issues was published back in 2016. This law is designed to help the country prevent and mitigate the issues presented above. Although the political situation in Lebanon is still hindering the implementation of this law, the Food Safety Lebanese Commission, established in 2019, will help set the standards that should be met by local food productions. FSLC is expected to play a similar role in the development of food safety in Lebanon, such as FDA regulatory agencies in other countries. In a recent webinar gathering some of the Lebanese food industry players, from manufacturers, ministry representatives, and scientists, they were asked about the challenges food manufacturers used to face before the Lebanese crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. 80% agreed that the lack of support from the government and the public sector is one of the most important challenges faced, followed by import high costs, local production costs, the lack of access to information and data such as regulations and standards to export the food products, and the lack of proper tools and professional support to execute the process. Few others find that high costs of consultancy contracts and export rejections are also issues food manufacturers used to face. On top of all the above, the COVID-19 pandemic hit the food industry with more challenges. The Lebanese food industry specifically is struggling to deal with the challenges of the financial crisis, adding on it the COVID-19 pandemic. Many sector and exported products have been at the forefront of this emerging issue. Facilities have been temporarily closed or working in rotations with less physical working hours and more remote working hours. Same webinar attendees were asked about the challenges they expect to face now more than ever as a result of the financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. 83% expect that import costs and materials availability will be one of the highest risky and challenging issues. 67% agreed that the lack of support from the government and the public sector will still be a problem. Also followed by export issues caused by the lockdown and higher local production and operational costs due to the crisis. As well, the lack of access to information and data such as regulations and standards to export the food products, the less availability of quality personnel and consulting freelancers or companies, and the high costs of consultancy contracts definitely translate the need for more sustainable, practical, and specific solutions. Now, besides governmental responsibility to undertake approaches enhancing the quality and the safety of the food system, the private food industry sector has been struggling for some time and relying on private initiatives to increase production quality, consumer protection, and promote trade of the Lebanese food products. Some of these initiatives are company-based, while the others are projects funded by multinational NGOs or startups funded by entrepreneurship ecosystems. As Frau mentions, there are many actions the private sector can do to support food businesses in adapting sustainable food systems, support small enterprises, promote food safety, provide good working conditions, share technologies, share knowledge, and many others. Now, on these 5 bases, Foodsight aims to act. Foodsight is a new Lebanese social enterprise within Veritech Agri-Tech Incubator, funded by the Embassy of the Netherlands. Foodsight is trying to introduce a new approach for solving some of the many food challenges mentioned above. As an online platform, Foodsight will be helping the medium and small-sized food businesses overcome their food safety challenges by connecting them to freelance professionals who come from multiple backgrounds and have diversified expertise in order to tackle their most pressing challenges in terms of food safety, quality, and export readiness. Using the latest online technology tools, this one-stop shop platform will provide the food businesses with affordable consultancy project packages, as well as access to an online library of regulatory documents through a B2B freemium model. With Foodsight, these food businesses will be able to enhance the quality of their food products, improve their business standards, and increase revenues by reducing rejections and complaints by 80%, reducing wasted time and effort by 60%, and increasing productivity by 70%. All that in an easy, convenient, and cost-effective way compared to current alternatives while creating more job opportunities for industry experts. Now, the Foodsight vision is to create business and social impacts within the food industry, engaging food industry stakeholders, helping in enhancing the food safety culture, and opening freelance work opportunities for regional experts and food technology scientists. Foodsight's promise will be to keep connecting food manufacturers with the highest quality professionals and to help get the best food safety solutions when it comes to food safety. Foodsight is reachable on our website, www.food-sight.com, and on our social media accounts. I'll type the link in the chat later on. Now, in relation to the food security, the importance of food safety and putting technology in their service, this is precisely what FoodSite was created for. But technology, as we all know, cannot stand alone in the way of implementation. It also requires equal involvement of the food industry, the law enforcement, the legal system, consumer forums, and all tangible authorities involved at every level. With more similar private initiatives creating business and social impact and the support of governmental authorities, the result will be a regain of confidence in the safety and integrity of the Lebanese food system nationally and worldwide. Countries in MENA region that find it highly needed to upgrade their food safety practices find also a benefit not only for their citizens' health, but as a vehicle of economic growth by uplifting food products exports and reducing board rejections. So in conclusion, as we said, cooperation among public entities, private companies, organizations, and trade associations would certainly improve their potential opportunities for success. By that, I'll be closing my presentation. Thank you, everyone, and I'm open for the questions. I'll be typing, meanwhile, the link of the website here in the chat.
Yes. Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Fetley?
Nice presentation, doctor.
So that's all.
Thank you.
So that's all. The conference is going to over. So we take this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks to all the keynote speakers, plenary speakers, delegates, media partners who have joined from different destinations around the globe to support and cooperation. Let us thank speakers who have responded well to our invitation to participate in this conference. We have received several papers which have formed the basis of our dimension in these various sessions. Let us thank for all the associating with the conference by your presence. A special thank to Program Manager Ms. Harika for her continuous effort in putting all together under one platform in this online event. We will send you officially through mail, electronic certificate as well as handbook within a couple of days. Finally, we extend our appreciation to each of you for your presentation in this online event. Thanks again. That's it.
Thank you, everybody.
So please apologize if I get error from your side. As due to Dr. Joel has got a technical problem from his side. Yes. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining us.
So
thank you, everyone. So we are closing.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions?
So Dr. Jola want to join with his presentation? We're done for now?
No, he's not in online.
Actually, Joel system is some browser issues. So every meeting ID is unique meeting ID. Cannot generate only one meeting, one meeting ID and password also unique, madam. So there is I think laptop issue. Password is wrong. Cannot they are not operating through mobile also. So that is the reason. So if in case my side any issues, sorry, please apologize.
There was error from Dr.
And
Joel.
and next year also we are planning to organize virtual events. I mean physical events all over the world. We are in my Inovine conferences organized last year more than 20 events, 20 physical events in all over the Dubai, Italy, France, and European countries and Asian countries also. So in Corona pandemic, all over the world are waiting for next like future generation, like physical events. We are also waiting for the waiting for that. We are planning to organize physical events. And thank you for participating, everyone, and your support and your feedback are very valuable. Thank you very much.
A special thanks to Dr. Emmanuel Waziam from National Institute of Oceanography from Egypt to supporting us all the day from starting to end of this event. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you for your patience, sir. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Aduh, kalah sama sih.